If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Hello, you beautiful people. It's me, Madison with the T. I've emerged from my dark editing hole in the back to produce this show this morning. You are listening to Road Gang Radio. I'm here with your host, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
Is it really a dark hole?
I feel like it is.
You know, and I went to such trouble to put you in front of a window. I went to such trouble to get you a nice desk with a little bit of glow light underneath. But I completely understand at the same time. I'm not even coming at you. I'm like, I kind of get it.
The glare from the window, I can't keep it open. It has to be dark if I'm going to see the screen.
Yeah, we ought to make some demands with the Day Guy House where we're broadcasting from live, guys. By the way, just a couple of blocks away from the birthplace of trucking radio. We got to make some demands on that, dude. We got to say, hey, man, we need some kind of, way to kind of get a little bit of light in Madison's life while at the same time not, making her blinded by the light, wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night. All right, dig this. 24 athletes playing dodgeball for 48 hours in England broke a Guinness World Record and raised money for charity. The record attempt, organized by Dodge Central, which, by the way, sounds like the eve of a gunfight, doesn't it? Well, we're here in Dodge Central, and hosted by the Hartlepool Mavericks Dodgeball Club. That's marvelous that there's a dodgeball club called Hartlepool Mavericks, and at the Dodgeball Center. There's a center for it. I just love this, by the way. In Hartlepool, started at 9 a.m. Saturday and kept on playing dodgeball until 9 a.m. Monday. I wonder how they work sleep shifts.
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, and here's the thing, too. They were out to break a record. I mean, it's one of those things. I don't know if you remember this, but the Ohio State had the whole thing with the hats, the number of people gathered wearing pointy, birthday hats, and they couldn't just break the record. They had to shatter it. And, of course, they broke the record of a bunch of grammar schoolers, Ohio State college students and fans. Of course, just couldn't be satisfied with a split-second win. No, they had to do it like with a whole bunch of people. These folks broke that record, and they broke it dodgeball style. The 48-hour game aimed to take the Guinness World Record title for the longest marathon playing dodgeball, previously set at 41 hours and 3 minutes and 17 seconds at Castleton State College in Vermont. The event, by the way, raised $8,000+. Here's what's funny. It was a breast cancer charity called COPPAFEEL, Coppafiel, breast cancer, get it? And also the men's health charity Movember. Speaking of men's health, we're going to be talking about prostate. We're going to be talking about the prostate today on Highway to Health, and it's a really important conversation, especially for all you men over 40, and really important for all you guys over 50. This is Road Gang Radio, guys. Come on, man. You know where you're at. Foam Master Dre notwithstanding, you are in the center of it all. I mean, after all, it's a Madison with a T. Lose your heart to... Every time you say that, by the way, and you take on the Luigi accent. For some reason, there are a couple of video games, and I wasn't a big Mario. I'm not a Mario Kart, not a Mario Brothers. They don't make me angry. I'm not a fan.
That's it, Mario? That's how you say it?
Yeah, well, I'm from here, Mario, yeah.
Mario?
But here's the thing. Anytime anybody mentions certain video games, they always make me think of Christmas. Because because you'd get those games
on
with
Christmas.
The systems, and you'd get them with the systems. It's like, nowadays they have like special lines that come with all kinds of games. Like when I bought my PS5, it came with the PS5 edition of God of War.
Yeah, my Switch came with Mario Kart, so...
Yeah, and like Claire's Switch came with Breath of the Wild, is how that particular one came. By the way, remind me at some point to show you, it's a really joyful picture of Claire, Marie, and I. Speaking of Christmas, speaking of first up, first serve, Claire and I actually stood in the line of a Toys R Us to get the first 50 Switches in the city of New Orleans. Now, I wasn't getting one for myself. I was getting one for her sister, Amy, who's a full-time teacher. As you know, Claire and I used to do what Lindsay and I do. And our hours, while not pleasant in the morning, made for a really great rest of the afternoon, as it were. It's kind of fun. All right, so I want you to lose your heart to iHeart. I want you to have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. I want you to yak it up on YouTube, like, Earl and Joan Lovey 504 are doing, our good friend Steve is doing. I want you to make some FaceTime on the Book of Face, as our friend Danny Nassif is often wont to do. Or maybe live your best life on Live 365 and be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com. And perhaps you're pondering possibilities later on in the day on your favorite podcast platform. Because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Forget the satellite lies and AI slop of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, with his inept banana costume-wearing minion. This, not that. These, including Madison with a T, not those, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe, and it'll be followed by the greatest pre-recorded transpo show in the known universe. Another edition of Trucking with Oida will immediately follow Road Gang Radio at 11 in the center and noon on the Eastern Bloc. How could it not be, by the way, with contributors like our good friend Madison with a T? I didn't get a chance to ask you. Want to give people a chance to know you. How was your Spanksgiving, Friendsgiving, or just a normal Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was good. I went home to Morgan City, well, Stevensville, which is a little bit farther past Morgan City. My family lives on the bayou out there. And yeah, we all just got together, had regular schmegular Thanksgiving, had the whole spread. It was great.
Can you, and if you really can't do it, it's okay too, because we are not too far from Bayou St. John. That is a very, very small bayou. That is a body of water that simply... A bayou is a body of water that opens up into a larger body of water. That's all it technically is. Like I said, there are lakes and then there are lakes. The lake here in the city of New Orleans is a big lake, but it ain't the lake that the Great Lakes are. You could fit I think, hundreds of Lake Pontchartrains into some of the Great Lakes. All right. When you say the bayou, what do you mean?
Like the canals, like running behind their houses.
Yeah, I mean...
It's the Teche, I believe, is the one that flows behind.
Yeah, the ones in the area of the world that you're in, those canals that run behind the houses actually make their way into larger bodies of water, as opposed to the canals in Metairie or Jefferson Parish in Louisiana, which are just kind of like these urban sort of ditches filled with water.
In Morgan City, they feed into Lake Pelord.
Yeah.
So that's where...
So that's a genuine bayou. And people say, because people say, "Son, we're going to have some fun on the bayou." People have this idea of a bayou as a swamp. A bayou can flow through a swamp, but a bayou ain't a swamp.
Yeah.
They ain't the same thing.
It's a canal.
Did you see that guy? This is really crazy. I don't remember the particulars. It was a Kentucky conservative congressman and one of the most liberal congresswomen, one of the squad members, are co-sponsors of this bill to completely prevent any sort of congressman or senator from enriching themselves, period. Like, they can't invest in stocks, not even blind stuff, that they don't get rich while they're up on the hill. And he said, "I'm tired of people calling this Congress a swamp." He said, "It's not fair to swamps." He said, "Swamps are beautiful things." He said, "Swamps return oxygen to the air. They grow all kinds of wonderful wildlife. They provide people with food. They are a beautiful way. They're a drainage system for water. Don't forget that a good swamp actually turns salt water into brackish water and then ultimately allows it to be like clean drinking water." He's like, "Don't compare a swamp to Washington, D.C." He said, "This is a sewer." I thought that was kind of pretty terrific, by the way. I talk about all the wonderful contributors we often have. People like Mark Schwemmer, who's got a great story today in Landline you should turn your attention to at landline.media. The Federal Motor Carrier Administration plans to roll out a complete overhaul of the ELD vetting process the agency announced on Monday, December the 1st. That means yesterday. I got to tell you, as Jamie said, it's all coming fast and furious. And I think as we head into the end of this year, that it ain't about the non-domiciled CDLs. It ain't about the training programs that fly by night. It ain't about the illegal immigration. It's about all of it. I think the big news story of the year when it comes to transportation, because there's a lot of places, guys, I don't think there's been a lot of the best kind of enforcement. But in the area of transportation, there seems to be an honest effort from a lot of people to really start cracking down, but not just cracking down, enforcement. That's a really crucial thing, too, because crackdown is often a phrase or a turn of phrase that is used to imply, skulls being cracked and heads being hit and people being thrown around. What we're talking about here is maybe, for the first time, genuine, bona fide enforcement. So they're going to do a complete overhaul of the ELD vetting process, which is part of enforcement, by the way. Currently, most truck drivers are required to use an ELD to track his or her hours of service. ELDs, by the way, in case you didn't know, and you know, all unless you're brand spanking new, in which case, welcome to the trucking industry. They were mandated in 2017, but they've been able to self-certify. So if you're a provider, you can self-certify. And we never really articulate that, do we? I mean, we know it. It gets said, it gets mumbled, but think about that. The people who are actually flooding the market with ELDs, many of them are honest brokers and want to sell a really good product and want to be in the marketplace for a long time. But you can see the room for abuse here. According to the FMCSA, the system made it easy for companies to register non-compliant devices or re-register devices that had actually been revoked, which means you change the name and you shuffle a little bit in one direction or another and you're back in the game. What the agency is saying is that the new vetting process is going to give those truck drivers and motor carriers who actually are playing by the rules more confidence that the ELDs they purchase are accurate, reliable, and compliant. This is what Derek Bars, the new FMCSA administrator, said in his press release. American families deserve to feel safe sharing a road with semi-trucks, and we want truck drivers to have the best tools to maximize those safety precautions. By strengthening our review process for ELDs, we're ensuring the industry can rely on trusted equipment and that hardworking drivers are prioritizing their health and well-being so they are best prepared to keep driving America's economy forward. So the FMCSA didn't provide full details on how the vetting process works, and the agency didn't immediately respond to Landline, who made a request about a timeline and if the self-certification process was being eliminated. But what the FMCSA did say was that the new ELD vetting process will include an initial review, fraud detection, and an application categorization of approved, information requested, further review, and denied. You got it? So categorization of approved, information requested, further reviewed, and denied. I don't know if you guys know this, but on our calendar, I can look at it, Lindsay and I can look at it and see what guests are coming up, and we'll have the letters O, INC, or nothing. O means offered. INC means the guest profile is incomplete, so that if Lindsay and I want to start putting together notes and we go over and we check who the guest is coming up, whether it's 2 days away or a week away or a month away, we can look at it. If we have a name and nothing is by it, we know that the information there is the complete information and we can start prepping in good faith. That categorization class is going to be really, really important. And, that initial review, fraud detection, and application categorization is brand spanking new. So it seems that Mr. Derek Bars is on the job and going to put those who don't play by the rules behind bars, or at least get them out of the system. 615-292-6366.
What's that spell?
NEMO. And somebody called it, so somebody gets into the conversation. Who do we got this morning? Good morning to you.
We've got Showtime calling from snowy Pennsylvania.
Hey, snowy Pennsylvania. What's happening, brother?
Oh, Jimmy, there's a lot of people out here today that forgot to put their helmets on when they left the house.
Are these motorcycle riders or just idiots?
B.
All right, what happened? Tell me what happened.
Well, it's just a heads up here in Pennsylvania right now. It's snowing and stuff. So they have a restriction where all trucks, all commercial vehicles, right lane 55 miles an hour. And people are just driving whatever lane. They're just going.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Let me ask you a question, and I have my own answer, but I'd like to get your take. If the FMCSA, let's just say, decided to do a series of PSAs, or the DOT did a series of PSAs, telling people to literally, click it or get a ticket kind of stuff, to make sure that people understood the relationship that they had to truck drivers, meaning that we did that. What shows would you show those commercials on? What would you target?
That's a good question. I guess around one thing I guess most people would watch would be the news around that. Trying to run those PSAs during that when most people are watching. Maybe during prime time at night. when you're most viewership, because if you're running them during the day, you're not covering what you need to. So that would be my suggestion on that.
This is going to be really interesting. This is a really interesting thing because I've thought about this too, because one of my initial thoughts was showing on Lawrence O'Donnell, Sean Hannity, and Anderson Cooper, in terms of the most kind of eyes on the prize kind of thing. But then I realized something. Who needs it? The question we need to begin with, by the way, is who needs it? Who do you see are the worst? Is it everybody? I mean, I know that you're too safe a driver to be doing a deep data study of trying to get a look inside of it. But have you noticed any pattern of the people who really don't follow the rules in inclement weather or just in general around trucks?
Well, it's not just the cars around trucks. Today it's the trucks themselves. That's the problem. And there's a lot of companies that I used to respect that were always known to have good drivers. I don't know who they're hiring anymore, but they're getting to be just as bad as the low companies.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was thinking about this for a long time. If, in fact, you wanted to change the relationship between the drivers of trucks and the men and the women on the road, I actually, as brutal as this sounds, I would target afternoon weekday television. I would target game shows at first and then target soap operas is the first place I would target. The other place I would target, crazy enough, is home improvement shows and afternoon sort of home rebuilding shows.
The baking shows.
Yeah. And by the way,
the one thing a lot of people do when they get up in the morning, that are home, they get up and they turn the TV on in the morning and they watch.
Yep.
It might be, good early morning before they head to work, good reminders when they're starting their day out.
That's right. Fox and Friends, Good Morning America, Morning Joe, Today, all of those shows would be really great places to target with a blitz. Would be a really good place. That's for the commuters. And then the reason why, and by the way, guys, the reason I'm targeting the afternoon shows for the most part is because I'm talking about school time pickups. That's a big thing too as well, especially when the parents have to get on the interstate to go pick up their kids and then come back on the interstate. It ain't about targeting. Well, I'm looking at the people that actually are there, I'm not looking at a particular group of people. Go ahead, Showtime.
Right. Well, I was going to say the one would be, for the morning would be not the national shows, which would help, but your local, because people get up in the morning, they look to see, like today it's snowing. Okay, do my kids have school? What's the traffic doing? So they'll look at their local TV even before, the 4 to 6 a.m. or the 5 to 7 before the national programs come on.
And the first break.
They're looking at those.
And on the first break, too. I would do it on the first break. If you have two breaks, look, if you have two breaks in the news in a 30-minute news cycle, you want the 10-minute break. You want the 7 to 11-minute break is about where you want it. Man, if you ever get Dave Nemo talking about like shows, but also commercial placement in shows, it's like the dude is blowing jazz. I mean, there's a real science to it. We used to talk about this with Tim Ridley's show, that Tim was in the unenviable position of actually having two separate audiences. We didn't. We had a morning audience across the board. Very rarely did we get the wrapping it up people. But he was in a unique position where he was doing the show, because I would do it in California. Remember, I started listening to Tim at 2 o'clock in the morning to get ready for mine. That was a really weird thing, too, because he had everybody going to work in the East Coast and everybody wrapping it up on the West Coast. Strange crowd. What are you doing with your day?
Overnight guys. I am trying to get my way over to Gary, Indiana, with another load. By the way, tell your dad thank you for what you sent me on Thanksgiving Day. That was very appreciated.
You're welcome. And by the way, that was such a joy because there was one particular person that we started it off for, and I kid you not, he went, "Is that guy a truck driver?" And I went, "Yeah, he is." He said, "Who else in your phone is a truck driver or works in the industry?" And I made a list of like 6 and 7 of you guys, and he said, "I want to do one for each one." He says, "Tell me something about each one, and I'll do it." It made him so happy, and it made a lot of people happy. So I will let him know. Yeah. He's listening, so just say hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad. Thank you.
There you go. Showtime. I got to get to this Pledge National Anthem and the Bracing Cup of Java from John. Would you do me a favor and tell Madison with a T to just hit it, and we will be off and running.
Madison with a T. Hit it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. I got something I want to share with you that I found in the book of John, John chapter 16, and it starts off in verse 23. In that day you will receive, watch this, watch what he says. He said, in that day you will ask nothing of me. Truly, truly, I say to you, whatever you ask of the Father in my name, he will give it to you. Until now, you have asked nothing in my name. He says, ask and you will receive, that your joy may be full. Now, notice what John says. He said, he started off, he said, in that day you will receive, you will ask nothing of me. So what he's saying is, if you're not asking God to bless you, if you're not asking God to give you wisdom, if you're not asking God to help you to navigate through this great thing called life, if you're not talking to God in his name, God is not obligated to answer you. That's something to think about, isn't it? If you're going to God in your name, then God is not obligated to answer you in your name. According to John 16:23, he says, but if you ask in his name, God will answer. So it seems like we need to start focusing in on asking in his name. God bless you, brothers and sisters, and enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Before Trucking Tributes arrives and our good friend Susan Patton gets closer and closer to her retirement special, can't wait to hear that, by the way. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay of TA Petro is going to be dropping in for another edition of Maintenance Matters. And then after all of that, since we take care of the maintenance of your truck on this particular Tuesday, we also take care of the maintenance of your body. Want to encourage you guys to keep that in mind as we're talking prostate, the exam that you need, because man, good God Almighty, not getting it checked on a regular basis, you can essentially have a lot of good things in your life happen. As our good friend 3.5 tells you, you guys can get through a lot of stuff and get to the other side, no problem, with very little fuss or worry, and lead a very long and productive life. It's a conversation you're going to want to listen to. We're talking about Mark Schwemmer's article today, which you guys should really check out over in Landline, about taking a long, hard look at the ELD. And I've got a question about that as well, too, maybe to dig into later on in the show. In 2022, the FMCSA issued an advance notice of proposed rulemaking that considered changes to the ELD mandate in 5 areas. First of all, applicability to pre-2000 engines. We don't need none of that. Addressing ELD malfunctions, that's a big thing to look at. The process for removing an ELD from the FMCSA's list of certified devices, I don't know, maybe come up with your own certification and you do it and not have people self-certify. Technical specifications for ELDs, and then finally ELD certification. That comment period ended in November of 2022, but a notice of proposed rulemaking isn't expected until May of 2026. We do know, however, that the administration does not plan to remove the exemption from pre-2000 engines. So that's why I went, not happening. As part of the pro-trucker package released in June, the DOT announced that that particular exemption, meaning if you have taken care of your truck and it's pre-2000, good on you, by the way. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which opposed the original ELD mandate and petitioned the case to the U.S. Supreme Court, filed comments in 2022 to keep that exemption in place. Our good friend Todd Spencer wrote, we have vigorously opposed the ELD mandate since its inception. There was never sufficient enough research indicating the mandate would improve highway safety, and the agency still lacks demonstrating any positive safety results since its full implementation. And maybe, just maybe, what I'm curious about is, in fact, if they actually adjust the hours of service and make them more flexible. I am actually wondering if, in fact, the ELD will fulfill its purpose. I wonder if, in fact, you make it something that has to be certified by actual professionals as opposed to the people that are creating them. It makes me wonder, Madison, if, in fact, the ELD might be able to help drivers rather than hurt them. I can't wait to talk to Dean Croak about this in a couple of days. We're going to dig into that. It's been on my mind a lot. If your hours are more flexible, if it's just about tracking hours as opposed to whens, if it's about when you want to as opposed to when you have to, I am wondering if the ELD finally flips its usage from companies being the beneficiaries of them for insurance purposes and a lot of other stuff, and become something the drivers can point to when they want to actually be able to say, sorry, I wish I could help you, but I'm out of hours. Worth kind of thinking about, worth kind of talking about. Kevin Lindsay's going to be up here in short order. We got a full show today. Don't forget our good friend Lindsay Lawler arrives at the top of the 9 o'clock hour in the center. 10 o'clock in the east is Road Gang Radio's second part of its show, which is all about having a life, kind of come settling in. Good lineup on the other side of that, too. Lots of great folks coming, including a discussion of Route 66 from Jim Hinckley. And Neil Fisher has got Christmas movie trivia. Can't wait to dig into that. And then Lindsay will close it all off, as she always does, with another edition of Lindsay Lawler's, well, you guys know it, country and western music news. That, by the way, every single episode of that, twice a week, is available on its own platform on Spotify and every place else that you get your podcast, as is all of the Maintenance Matters as well. And we'll be getting to that. So we'll be back after these messages. Hit that music for me, Madison, and we will take an early break here and come back on the other side. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Jimmy Mack, Madison with a T, and soon to be joined by Kevin Lindsay. There's the little boy with the tuba, the plump kid with the tuba. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com. Get out of that ditch. It's also making popcorn day.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey, by the way, we've had a little bit of confrontational content over the last couple of weeks here, just to kind of clear up some misunderstandings about where we are and why we are here, but also to kind of answer some people who have made some lovely comments over on the Book of Face and other places. We feel like we're done with that, but since we gave you guys a lot of popcorn-eating content, we thought we would celebrate this particular national day of. It's the Business of Popping Corn Day. It celebrates Charles Creeders and his invention, the popcorn machine. That was the first large-scale commercial oil popcorn popper and was invented in 1885 as a peanut popper. This was due to Charles's discontentment with all the popular peanut poppers available at the time. Say that fast 60 times. As confirmed by his great-grandson, who said, "My great-grandfather had a candy store in Decatur, Illinois. He bought a peanut roaster that he didn't like and thought he could do a better job, so he sold it all and moved to Chicago," by the way, the nickname of my nephew Gustavo, "to build a better peanut roaster, which he proceeded to do. He had a City of Chicago peddler's license dated 1885, and that's how we date the start of the company." The fact that we mass pop popcorn these days, in many ways, is due to Charles Creeders and his disaffection with peanut poppers. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Want to give a big thank you and hello to all of the folks out there, Bruce Almighty, the Paranormal Pie Man, Steve, Joe J, and of course, BB the King over there at Fastport. We call this place the Fastport Studios because after all, they play such a big role in helping veterans and other folks make the transition into a lifelong career of trucking. To learn more about what they do with technology and people, go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. We now pivot to one of our long-running segments, one of our favorite segments, and one that is actually being built as the plane is taking off. Madison, take us away. That feels very Maintenance Matters. That feels very Kevin Lindsay. The guy, the man with the plan, the dude in charge of maintenance over at TA Petro, joins us this morning. How are you, my friend?
I'm okay. I thought we were headed into Midnight Rider there for a second.
I know it's got a real that has a real kind of.
I like that.
That's a real road gang feel to it. It's been it's really interesting because you and I. And a lot of our listeners have been kind of experiencing this. I've been talking to some other folks that we work with on this show in general. I have never in my life, with maybe the exception of being a kid and setting up a clubhouse to play in while I was playing in it, have I ever done something where I was building the plane as it was taking off. And the last 6 months of my job and my life have been, we've said this before, Kevin, that in a normal situation, we would have shut down the operation for a good month, flown people in, sat around tables, really figured out the programming and the technical stuff, got some rehearsals in, figured out the formatting, the imaging, and all that stuff. Instead, we had to flip the switch from one place to another in the blink of an eye. And it really is a case of like, you know, what you never should do if you're a truck driver, which is repair your truck during the journey. You know what I'm saying? You know, stop.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to grease a U-joint with it turning going down the road. But you know what? Hey, let's try to make it work.
Let's try.
I think we've done pretty good.
I think we've done pretty good, and slowly but surely, this segment, Maintenance Matters, in its new incarnation, has taken on a very, very definitive shape. Now, we've been talking about brake systems, and of course, we've been talking a lot about air filters. I feel like everything at the end of the day, and I wanted to ask this generalized question: is there anything, by the way, where you don't begin any part of checking what's going on with your maintenance by checking the filter that is directly involved with it? That's a legitimate question, because I thought about it for a little bit. Do you feel like there is anything where the first step shouldn't be, hey, before you do anything else, just check the filter?
Yeah, I mean, it's true, though, because you stop and think about it. Filters not only filtering the air going into that engine, which, if you disrupt that or change that out, it's going to cause a lot of other issues. These modern electronics on these things are so complicated anymore that when it sees a drop in calculated air mass going into the engine, it's going to change the fueling, the way the injectors fuel to fire the engine, because it has to keep meeting emissions. So when it does those things, now it's also out of its designed place to run at certain RPM levels and load levels and different things like that, just because one little thing is off. And it can be off starting with the amount of air actually going into the engine. And all of that can contribute to other factors, because those things could lead to premature injector failures because it's actually working more than it should have been working, or having to do a little bit more than it was really designed to do at times anyway, So, I mean, it's kind of odd when you really stop and think about it, but they could. And then once you have that happen, now you've ended up with a different vibration coming out of that engine, which can affect clutch, the drivetrain, all the way back. So, hey.
I was thinking about your natural harmonic. That you always get. And by the way, I've gone back and listened to old episodes with you and Dave talking, you and me talking. That's kind of a recurring trope that we kind of come back to the idea of listening for that natural harmonic. In many ways, there's always good metaphors out there. One of the good ones is the fact that if you know what an orchestra conductor does, both anybody in charge of the maintenance of your truck, but the driver as well, really is a conductor of that natural harmonic, and that he or she has to listen to it. And when somebody's instrument is out of tune in one place, you've got to be able to listen to the whole orchestra playing, but then figure out which of the instruments is out of tune becomes kind of the game as well. And those filters in many ways are... I can't think of the analogy yet. When I do, I'll come up with it. But I wanted to ask you if, when it comes to home air conditioning, if you know what R value is, the idea of how tight the house is, that a house has to breathe. And I was kind of curious, because we were talking about the air dryer when we last left off. Unless I'm wrong, we were right around there, right? We were right around there.
Yes.
And I was kind of curious, because what people don't know is that an air conditioner is exactly that. It conditions the air. It doesn't just cool it or heat it. It actually, to some degree, makes it, for the most part, much drier than it is outside, in an attempt to kind of make sure that you can breathe in the house. But that's not always the case. It's attempting to balance what's going on outside, and the idea that you have to have some moisture in a house, and you have to have some air moving through a house, or it gets too tight. And we all know what a house that is too tight feels like when it's cold, and we know what it feels like when it's hot. We either walk into essentially an ice bucket, or we walk into a confectionery oven. And I was kind of curious how much of an air dryer should be drying the air while at the same time, wait for it, make sure that it doesn't, because a dried out engine, that's a very, very strange thing to hear. That fights the natural harmonic. It's always set up the air dryer conversation. Please go ahead.
Well, yeah, and no, you're not wrong there, because that air dryer truly is designed, to work in much the same area as like I was talking about with the air filter. There's a level, a temperature level, a volume level that it can handle, by design. So, and honestly, the biggest factor on air dryers that I've seen over the years is temperature level, because, when that air is compressed by the compressor, move through that discharge line to that air dryer, when you compress it, you actually instill heat in, you put latent heat into that air moving through that line. So it needs to move far enough away from the compressor, away from the engine, that it cools a little bit before it gets to the air dryer. Because if it gets to that air dryer and, it's, 200 degrees or something like that, a lot of the desiccants and filtering capabilities of the air dryer are going to decrease, because now it's at such a higher level. In order for it to dry it, it's actually got to go through there. But if it's a lot of flow going through it at the same time, it's going through too quick and still carrying contaminants on out the delivery side into the tanks. And it's a balance. You went back and listened to some of those other shows, and I know that is one thing that it sounds kind of crazy from me, but I do really believe that whole trucks, working on trucks and everything's been my life. So that's that natural harmonics, that natural balance, it seems like to me. So when you throw one little portion of that out of that balance area, now you start seeing this. And a lot of people say, well, that's way too much philosophy for somebody working on trucks, but it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's really not.
There's a reason why. No, there's a reason why we last year was the 50th anniversary, and it keeps getting reprinted of the art, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. It is not. As a matter of fact, you could make an argument that the two things that they don't test people on when they become diesel mechanics is there's a lot of people that can get under a hood. The two big missing components are the ability to make a metaphor out of what it is they're doing. Because I've heard people talk about the idea of you with your natural harmonics. I got some other friends in the country who actually talk about the idea of being a detective. And I got a few friends who really mess around with engines who call themselves mad scientists. But I really think that a lot of people don't realize the ability to think poetically is one of the most important things, because you're creating an engine that allows somebody to run through the vast reaches of America. I mean, you are basically maintaining an engine that allows people to see some of the most beautiful sights and some of the most open spaces. The problem with beautiful sights and open spaces is they're all freaking dangerous places. Peter Stark talks about the last empty places. You're talking about, look, if you break down during rush hour going to work in your four-wheeler, all you've really done is made a real inconvenience for yourself. You break down at Donner Pass, you break down on the 80 in Colorado. I mean, you break down in the middle of winter in some places in Iowa, having literally just made it across the finish line to an exit ramp during a whiteout in Iowa myself. I'm telling you right now, you need to think poetically, because if you don't, nature will think poetically, and it tends to be a very, very vicious poet. Going back to the air dryer here real quick, and let's kind of break down, you already started to, let's just break down what exactly it does from a purely kind of this then that sort of methodology, and then we can talk about, all the ways of like checking for maintenance issues.
Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of the air dryer is to exactly what we call it, to dry the air, right? But not only dry the air from moisture, because, we've instilled heat into it. It's moved along. It's cooled down. We all know air has moisture trapped in it, right? So as it cools, now you can have that moisture drop out, in the form, condense and drop out once it cools off. And when it does, inside that air dryer, every air dryer has some sort of a sump built in. So any moisture in there, which also includes oil droplets, that have bypassed those rings in the compressor that I talked about. So it's normal to see moisture and oil at that purge valve at the bottom of an air dryer. And when that thing purges and kicks out, that's really what it's doing. Is it's basically the way most air dryers are designed, is that air pressure when it cuts off and the governor sees that reservoir pressure, sends that signal across over to that purge valve. Then when it opens that up, that decreases the pressure inside of that air dryer. And at the same time, we just quit supplying pressure to it from the compressor. So what happens, there's a check valve on the outlet side of that. So any air pressure that's greater on the other side of that check valve to the tanks and stuff, it gets sealed off. So all of a sudden, you've opened up the exhaust for that air dryer which is that purge valve, and all the pressure inside of there just dumps out across that sump and out the bottom. And that's why it's always normal to see. I've had drivers tell me, "Hey, look, I got something going on with my compressor. I got oil, at the bottom of my air dryer." And I'm like, and I'll look at it, feel it, tell them, "Hey, this is normal. This is a normal amount. It's doing its job, right?"
Well, and it's interesting really quickly. I want to point out that's something we like to remind people on this segment as well, too. There are things that if you're inexperienced might be give you cause for concern, because there are people, and I know you know them too. There is an engine version of a hypochondriac, is there not? I mean, you do have people in your life who show up and who are like, "I know something's wrong, man. I got this leak here. No, that's sweat. I have this leak here. No, that's runoff. No, you don't understand. I know that there's a hole in my tubes. No. Things have to breathe. I mean, everything isn't perfect. If it's tightly sealed, that's a problem too, because pressure can build up. You must experience folks like that as well, right? I mean, how do you reassure
absolutely.
yourself? How do you prevent becoming a panic head and giving Munchausen syndrome to your engine?
Well, I always look at it like this: is it a leak, or is it a seep, or a weep? Because most any oil seal, anything that seals off from a liquid, to a drier area, there's going to be some residue around it at some point in time. Those are just natural. I mean, because you got to stop and think. We don't really think about this a lot. We think, hey, especially where water's involved, because we don't think about it a lot. Hey, it's a liquid. It's got a seal though. But hey, since it's wet around it, that must mean it's leaking. Well, not necessarily, because you got to remember, especially when we deal with water, at the molecular level, that's the smallest substance we deal with. I mean, it's H2O. There's not much to it. So it can get in, it can microscopically go through barriers and different things, so it is relatively normal. Now, oil on the other hand is a little bit thicker, it's a few more atoms to make a molecule in oil, and a few more elements in there. So when you stop and really think about all that, though, it is, since it's bigger, you're going to see less of it, but that don't mean you're still not going to see it at times, because it can be contained with that water. As moisture moves through, it can actually bring some with it, which gives it some residue, right? So I always defined it. I go back to military training. A weep or a seep. Is it dripping? If it's dripping, it's a leak. If it takes it 2 days to form a drop, it's a seep. Something like that, and that's really the way I've always looked at that.
I love that, by the way. I love that. A leak, a seep, or a weep. And a weep, of course, is a weep just like basically condensation. Like, come on, dude, think sweat. Yeah. Everybody sweats. Yeah. Everybody gets a little tear in their eye. It happens from time to time.
Come on. There's moisture in the air all around all these things, right? And it's heating up, cooling down consistently over time. So.
Yeah. By the way, if it's never seeping, by the way, if it's never weeping, then maybe you want to look at some other things might have gone wrong too, because you got a really bone dry thing going on there, or you're driving through Arizona in a dust storm at that point, and everything's getting unintentionally sealed the wrong way. Is about the case. Okay, so I want to make sure that we've kind of covered the air dryer before we move on to the tanks. Is there anything else you'd like to add there before we kind of shift on over to tanks?
Keep in mind that most every air dryer out there, some form or fashion, manufacturers knowing that these components, these trucks are going to run in extreme temperature ranges and stuff like that. Most of them will have a heater, especially as we're getting into this time of year. And the heater is it is to kind of heat the air up, but it's to keep those water droplets and everything, from freezing, which can, once that water becomes a solid particle, a flake of ice, even at that microscopic level, it's a solid. So therefore, it has sharp edges and things like that can contribute to premature seal failures and O-ring wear and different things like that. And that's why That's why they put those heaters in there, to kind of help extend the life of those components. So.
Good deal. Good deal. Okay, let's kind of pivot now. And by the way, if I say pivot, Lindsay, because she's not around, but she would normally just kind of bellow out pivot. You got it, man. You know exactly what's going on here. Somebody pays attention to what happens on this show. Glad to hear somebody's listening to all the nonsense we spill out over the course of the time. Let's pivot to tanks here, okay? And then we can always work our way back to the air dryer as well, too. But let's talk a little bit about the tanks. And we're making our way to, eventually we're going to make it to the brakes. But all of this, by the way, is a way of making it to the brakes, because all of this stuff has to get checked before you decide, like, oh, the brakes are broken. Let's get to this. Tanks.
Yeah. Why is your brakes broke? Well, go all the way back. Hey, look, your air filter's dirty. You failed your compressor. I'm sorry, I won't do that.
No, you should. But I'm telling you, man, I mean, really, so much of poetry is it swallow the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Change your air filter. All right, but let's get to the tanks, by the way. So it turns out that the air dryer is doing just fine. The compressor's holding up good. The air filters look good. Let's look at the tanks and see what's happening over there.
So one thing I think a lot of people really don't understand about air systems on trucks, FMVSS 121, lays out how an air brake system on a Class 8 truck, a lot of generalized information in there, but it has to meet certain requirements. So one thing to keep in mind when, if we put heat in that air at the compressor, move it through the air dryer. And that's why the outlet, when we deliver air out that air dryer through a delivery port into a tank, typically the first tank it's going to go to after the air dryer is going to be what we call a wet or supply tank, And really what that tank does is it's usually smaller in capacity, but it naturally has a drain valve on it. And that's because now that air has been through the dryer, everything else, it is held in this supply tank or wet tank. That's where it opens it up, which decreases the pressure, because you've got a lot of pressure being built through those lines and getting it out there. But then all of a sudden it opens it up. So now it's going to take volume of that pressurized air to actually increase the pressure in that tank. And as it does that, it's also going to cool down. So as that air cools down, any moisture in it will drop out. And that's why you should always drain that wet tank, honestly, on a daily basis, for good maintenance practices. Most people don't think about that. Well, I've got an air dryer, so it's doing that for me. Well, that's drying the air going to that tank. That wet tank should be drained on a daily basis, to keep any excess moisture, oil, contaminants out of that system. But that supply tank or wet tank, then from there, it's going to leave that tank, and now it's going to split off into either the primary tank or the secondary tank, or I'm sorry, both tanks. It's going to leave that supply tank and feed both of those tanks, which is the two different air systems we have on a heavy duty truck. Which the primary system, the primary air tank, and that primary air pressure in that system is typically for rear brakes on the tractor. At one time, that was all we ever saw that really used for, by itself. Now, yes, it will use some of that to supply air out to the trailer, but that's getting into a whole different system with the tractor protection valve and everything else. But the primary air tank on a truck is really designed for the rear brakes on that tractor. The secondary tank, or secondary pressure, secondary system, however you want to refer to it, is for the steer axle brakes and anything else that uses air. Air suspension, air horns, seats, different things like that. Fan clutch, are all run off of secondary air. One thing we see nowadays that's a little different than years past and historically with trucking is sometimes we see another tank tied to the primary tank on a lot of trucks, and it just depends on how the OEM does it. And that particular tank or reservoir is usually utilized for automated mechanical transmissions, but they try to use that air from that primary side of the system because it's used. There's a lot more volume moves through the primary tank because anytime you hit the brake pedal, you've got you know 4 brakes on the back of that tractor, operating. So there's a lot more volume moving through that tank, which actually helps keep it drier, which helps when they pull air from the system to help shift the transmission. So, a lot of little things like that normal people probably never really think about. But, engineers have designed these things, pretty smart people figuring these things out nowadays.
I wanted to talk really quickly to go back to the idea of just to kind of let people remind people of something with checking that tank daily and getting, clearing out that tank daily. I've always found that anything you're supposed to do on a daily basis, if you don't, you often let go forever. I don't know why that is. You ever notice if there's something you're supposed to do on a daily basis and you don't do it on a daily basis, you never do it. I'm looking at Madison because both she and I completely understand that. I'm thinking about laundry. No, I'm really thinking about the fact that it's like I would tell a lot of people who want to do truck maintenance that they should spend a day with my mother watching her even at 83 years old. We've tried to stop her. We can't stop her. We can't even hope to contain her. To watch her take care of her home, Kevin. It is a
muscle memory.
It is a masterpiece of natural harmonics, to kind of get back to your terminology of just her flowing through. And as she gets older, she asks for help from people. She'll call people up and say, will you do this? Will you do that? But this really is, there's a whole bunch of little stuff, including the air filters and that tank, that if you really, this is where the maintenance does matter. That if you make this part of your pre-trip or make this part of your post-trip where it's like, I'm going to do the following 10 things. And we should literally, by the way, have a show where you kind of say, these are the 10 simple, stupid things that you could do on a daily basis to make sure that you could maintain that natural harmonic. You're in luck today, by the way, because Dre is not here, which means we won't have a conversation about Lane Kiffin. So you're okay. You're off the hook. I do want to ask you really quickly to remind people. I didn't think we would. And by the way, I'm from here. I have no dog in this hunt. I think what LSU did was gross, and I think it's all gross. That being said, let's give one more reminder so you don't blow a valve. We should check the valve in the tanks as well, too. We should make a point of doing that, right?
Yes, and because that wet tank, when it supplies the air to the primary tank and the secondary tank, it's going to go through a one-way check valve, basically meaning it allows pressure to leave the wet tank or supply tank out to either the primary or the secondary tank. And don't allow, once it's past that check valve, it can't come back. It's sealed off. It's basically, a little plate or ball in these check valves that actually seat it in one direction or the other. And, the whole point of that is once it gets that pressure built up and it shuts off or whatever, and the pressure drops on the other side, now it's holding that pressure there. That way you have the stored energy of that air pressure in the primary, secondary tank for brake applications. And if those contaminants and stuff all the way, from the air compressor, whether it's oil, whether it's solid particles, from the oil, too much moisture that freezes, it can actually damage those check valves. And it allows that air to bleed back down, through another part of the system sometimes. So you really, there's really not a whole lot to check on that. But the one thing I'll tell you that's a big trick that a lot of people don't understand, once you find the drain valve for that wet or supply tank on your truck, you build that air pressure up in your truck and shut it down and go out and drain that air tank, that wet tank in the mornings. If you drain that wet tank all the way down till, no air's coming out of it, get back in your truck, look at your dash gauges, because you should have a dash gauge for primary pressure or secondary pressure. They should still be up. If one of them's down, that means one of those check valves has failed.
Kevin, we are out of time. I can't believe how fast this goes by. And do me a favor, would you remind anybody that you talk to that this is one of the fastest and most popular segments we do on the show? If you happen to have any meetings today or talk to anybody about the quality of the work that goes on here and continues to get better each time, and with the promise that we won't mention LK or anything that he is doing next, we won't do any of that. Kevin Lindsay, of course, you guys know him. You know him both as the co-host of Maintenance Matters, but also the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. My friend, as always, thank you so much for making it clear and fun and fast. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
We'll be back on the other side with trucking tributes from our friends at Reeves Across America. I'm not kidding, Madison. I got to tell you, anybody checks the numbers around here knows they are helping us build something extraordinary over here at Road Gang Radio. I think it's one of the fastest maintenance segments in the known universe. We'll be back with trucking tributes from our friends at Reeves Across America, and then Highway to Health coming up after that.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in one. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. And today on Trucking Tributes, well, it's a little bit melancholy for me because this is my last Trucking Tributes interview. And I am so super thrilled because I've got a dear, dear friend joining me for that last interview and a gentleman that I am introducing you to for Trucking Tributes who will be filling in for me and along with Elizabeth Barna. And the two of them will be hosting Trucking Tributes as we move forward. But I am introducing Don Queenie, no stranger to the trucking industry. Yay! Yeah, where is that applause track? I forgot the applause track, Don.
That's okay. That's okay.
Don Queenie is joining me for this Trucking Tributes, and I will be actually retiring after Wreaths Across America Day on Saturday, December 13th. And never fear, those in the trucking land, I will still be listening and tuning in and that sort of thing. But you're going to be left in very, very capable hands with Don Queenie and Elizabeth Barna. And Don, as we have said, you are absolutely no stranger to the trucking industry. So for those who actually don't know anything about you and your background, you went from, commercial fishing in Maine into the trucking industry. How did it all happen for you?
Let's see. Actually, the trucking came first, a little bit of stint in that. I was a helper on a moving van. I've always been in the household goods relocation side of the industry, and did a little bit of that, and then had come to Maine. I did things different, Susan. I would come to Maine in the winter and go down and work on the moving trucks in the summer down in southern New England and New York. So that goes to show you my mental state. But anyway, and I eventually got on the fishing boats and left the moving and trucking behind. And then when we started a young family, we were young and we started a family, and the industry was a little dangerous and was maybe not going as well as it could. There was issues in the commercial fishing industry, and there still are. And so I just started doing whatever, and I started a little moving business called Mid Maine Moving and Storage in Damascotta, Maine, and got hooked up with a national carrier out of Rhode Island called Paul Arpin Van Lines, and became friends with the family, the Arpin family. And Mr. Paul Arpin himself tapped me to open an office in Norfolk for him. So we did. We moved our young family from Damascotta in 1996, I think it was. No, I'm sorry, 1991. We moved to Norfolk and area. And as I say, the rest is history, but there's a lot that goes in between there. But so we started that moving business there. And I remember driving the moving van down with my son at 4.5 years old in the truck, looking at everything going by when he wasn't sleeping. And now he runs a business. And my wife is, she and he run the business day to day. She's got plans to retire before too much longer. I gave up the reins a few years ago and did some things formally with Wreaths Across America. I had been volunteering before, and then gave that up. And now I'm doing a lot of different things. I've actually started another little business associated with moving. And so I keep myself pretty busy, and I'm actually beginning to start to pack my foul weather gear to make the trek to Columbia Falls and be part of the first mile driver experience that I started, 6 or 7 years ago now. So looking forward to continuing.
That is so cool. And, never fear, folks. We have some foul weather in, November and December in Maine. It's been told, and it's true. But we also have some lovely days too in Maine in the winter. And everybody manages to make it and get to us safely when it comes to picking up those veterans wreaths. And, we have some tremendous experience, and we're going to unpack more for our listeners, Dawn, during the show about that first mile driver experience and what that's all about. But I absolutely love your story of getting engaged with Wreaths Across America for the first time, and you thinking as a young guy that you knew it all when it came to trucking and logistics, and you were going to come into Wreaths Across America, by golly, and you were going to let Rob Worcester and the Worcester team and everybody at Wreaths Across America know exactly how this trucking logistics could work out and work out well. And you had a plan. However, what happened?
I give you credit, Susan. You have never forgotten this story. You always get it right every single time. And it was a humbling thing. So I don't miss a beat. I remember every second of it. I had been, I started a little moving business from scratch, and I thought I knew what I was doing. I was on some advisory boards for different carriers, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And I had first met Rob on my first year. The second year I picked up wreaths. I actually drove for the first few years, picked up loads. I think they knew what they were doing because they had me go into Arlington right off the bat. And I think they might have knew they had a fish on the line. So they wanted to make sure that I had that experience. And it was an experience, and it hooked me for sure. But I guess it was the second year I was invited to come in to see, how they get the loads put together and what have you. And I saw what they were doing, and I said, oh my gosh, I could do better than this, So I kind of put a little thought together, or whatever you call it, and try to come up with something. So I told Rob, I said, Rob, why don't you, let me take a look at this, let me see what I can do with it, and started diving into it. I thought, a box of file folders and a couple reams of paper and some magic markers or grease markers on a whiteboard, and we could figure this out. And holy smokes. there was so much more to it. I mean, it'd be one thing if when you had somebody say, yes, I'll take a load, and it was kind of like, quote unquote, any other freight load. You could whip them with a wet noodle saying, be here at 12:05 or you're not going to get this load, darn it. That's not how this works. You are all over them. Thank you. Come whenever you want. Doesn't matter. We'll take care of you. And oh, by the way, there's 14 trucks that showed up that we didn't expect in front of you. And oh, by the way, all those wreaths aren't going to fit. Now you got to lose this one load. And they tell you, oh, that's my favorite load. That's Mrs. McGillicuddy and I are best friends. I got to deliver that one. So then there was so many moving parts, and primarily because it was volunteers. And because of the emotion involved with each stop, there's no lies. Some of these stops, a driver is, he sets them off in front of somebody's garage, which happens, and never sees the end result. But then there's the ones where, the Glee Club comes out and has got cookies and hot coffee, and they're singing to them, or there's an escort into town with children and police. I mean, it goes on, and these guys and women and people and the carriers. There's a lot to this, and I think we would all agree. I don't know if there's anything like it on a national or the level that there isn't. So as I've said in other interviews and other people, the industry gets it, and I think I might have mentioned that I've had recruiters. The recruiting of over-the-road truck drivers is an industry in itself, and they spend a lot of money to get a guy or woman behind the wheel of a truck. And you might do 10 interviews and hire one person, and that one says, all right, Mr. Recruiter, I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to sign this contract, and I know my truck's sitting outside. Just one last thing. I need to know that you can get me with an empty trailer to Columbia Falls, Maine, so I can pick up a load of wreaths. And he's like, what? And I'm like, no, really, I'm not signing this document until you tell me that you can do this. And that time that I've had 3 calls at one, I think it was my last year as director of transportation, with carrier recruiters saying, basically, what the heck is this all about? And they were kind of angry at me a little bit, and like, don't blame me. What's the problem? And the problem was that, somebody's holding them over the barrel saying, I want to do this. And if you're trying to get me to move from this carrier to your carrier, you need to tell me that I can do this, or else I'm walking out of here.
It's the business.
That says a lot. I mean, that says a ton.
It does. It's exactly what Wreaths Across America is all about. And for those listening to Trucking Tributes today who have already become members of our honor fleet at Wreaths Across America and already haul these veterans' wreaths from point A to point B, they know that they are hauling America's respect. And they have so many times said to us on Trucking Tributes, Dawn, that this load is the most precious cargo that they have ever carried. And you are not making up stories here. This is, some drivers have made their decision as to who they're hauling for and who they're working for based on, will they let me do Wreaths Across America? And that's not unique to the transportation industry either, Don. We have had law enforcement officials do the same thing.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes, we actually have one of our law enforcement officials who works on the annual wreath escort actually changed agencies that he was working with because the other agency put a stop to his involvement with Wreaths Across America, and he just would not hear of it. And he said, look, I'm switching agencies. And he literally left that police department he was with. And the contingency to go to the new police department was, can I still and will I still be participating in Wreaths Across America? Because we have people say it all the time. I'm even thinking the folks at RadioNemo probably had the very same revelation when they first got involved with Wreaths Across America. When Jimmy first came up, he and I was his first Wreaths Across America contact, actually. And we met in Connecticut. And I think they had that awakening as well about how it works and how dedicated our professional drivers and our carrier companies are to the mission to remember, honor, and teach. And once you get involved once, you want to stay involved. That's why it's a little melancholy for me to think that I'm actually stepping away from Wreaths Across America. all for good reasons, just retiring, nothing serious. Going to have a little fun with my husband and my dogs working forward. But Don Queenie is going to be taking over the helm here, taking Trucking Tributes along with Elizabeth Barna. So those are voices that you are going to hear moving forward. But each of them tells the story, as I have on Trucking Tributes and as all of our professional drivers have relayed, that this is very much a people business and a people driven mission all throughout the country. We are in every single state. We're in Puerto Rico, we're in Guam, America Samoas. Wherever a U.S. service member is laid to rest, chances are Wreaths Across America is remembering them, honoring them, and in the process, teaching the next generation the value of freedom. And as I've always said on Trucking Tributes, John, that these veterans wreaths go by truck, trains, LNG tankers. They've been hauled by planes. They've been hauled by livestock trailers. I mean, everybody gets into it. And then so you learned so much coming in thinking you were going to tell them how to rule the roost and how to get these loads. And so what was your learning process like in terms of evolving from there? Because then you took on the responsibility of being our director of transportation at Wreaths Across America for several years.
Yeah. Well, there was a good foundation to begin with. So that was, Debbie Sparks stayed on with the transition and helped me. And Sarah Worcester had already been at it for quite some time and was the best conduit between the technology on how we kept track of all this and how we did this. It was really Debbie's and then mine and now Courtney's responsibility to recruit, retain the carriers, continue to get the word out, twist an arm as needed, maybe once in a while to get somebody to take an extra load. It'd be one thing if the trucking industry had been completely highly profitable for the last 20 years, but it hasn't. And the industry's had a few good years, but for the most part, it's been kind of stagnant on profits. And there's been a lot of consolidation. I mean, carriers that would do 7 loads would just vanish during the year sometimes, not, meaning they'd go out of business. And so that was 7 loads you had to make up. And that's no small feat to be able to do that. And then when you increase loads, your number of loads by, I don't know, not tenfold, but probably 30 to 100 new loads a year. I think one year that I was there, we had 60 some odd new loads that we had to book. And so the transition was working well with the foundation that was already there, doing the best that I could with my bedside manner or knowledge of speaking to drivers, speaking to carriers, being able to talk a little bit so that they knew that that I was speaking to knew that they had somebody that had a clue about the industry and what it took to do and having an understanding that this isn't like just bringing a truck out to a ball field to do a touch a truck event. This is expensive. And I actually did spend one off season right after Wreath Day, after my second or third year, actually putting a dollar value, an estimated dollar value on what each load actually costs for the carrier or the driver itself. So I think that was an advantage that I had, or anybody has, with some of that background to be able to commensurate with those that are agreed to do this, but may be struggling to afford it or what have you. So it runs the gamut. There's the bigger carriers that this is a major part of their program that they use to thank their veterans, thank their drivers, and do their community outreach. And then there's a few that they save up all year to be able to take time off and be able to pay for the fuel and everything in between.
Absolutely. And it takes all of that, as we've often said, a cliche phrase, but it takes the village to get the job done, because as we know that they've heard on Trucking Tributes many times that many of our participating locations, and to Don's point, in 2025, we are over 5,300 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. And we're growing. We grow every year. It's a grassroots growth. It happens every year. But a lot of these participating locations are smaller. Some of them are community cemeteries. Some of them are memorials at American Legion clubs or things along those lines. So bigger trucks can't get there. They can't get in to do that job. So we make arrangements, and that's part of that logistic and the whiteboard, figuring it out on the whiteboard as to who's going where and who's going to pick up, and where are our volunteers on the ground going to meet the driver with the truck so that they can offload their truck into the livestock trailer to get the livestock trailer to the location to where they're going to be doing National Wreaths Across America Day. And it is just that extraordinary. The logistics are immense as we continue to grow, as we do every year, because of patriotic American citizens. That's how it's done. There's no magic per se, magic dust sprinkled every December. We have individual volunteers that will step up and say, I will volunteer to be a location coordinator in my community. I will get my civic clubs involved and my scouting groups involved, and all of these organizations come together to participate, to support that one location where veterans are remembered and honored. And we even have transportation companies that become involved as location coordinators. We've got our professional drivers. Some of our professional drivers have been so impacted by hauling America's respect that they have stepped up and said, in addition to hauling my load from point A to point B, then I'm going to also operate a location. And that point A to point B is probably really important to remind our listeners, Dawn, on Trucking Tributes, that you do not have to drive all the way to the state of Maine to pick up a load of veterans wreaths, because you operate cross docks all throughout the country. Explain that process.
Yeah, so I don't operate any. That's Courtney.
Courtney does. Yes, Courtney.
And Courtney and Sarah are the ones that are operating. Absolutely. Now, I did help bring some of those on board, and yes, we all operate. We all work on this together. But we have cross docks in many places. Some in Virginia. We've got cross docks in Missouri and Mississippi, and a few in Arizona and Central California, the Northwest outside of Tacoma. The list goes on, and some of them, if those that are in the industry to think of a cross dock, they have a vision in mind of what that looks like, but it's not always just that. In a couple of cases, it's a fancy horse barn in Ohio with a former state trooper that he and his wife and his daughter make 60 or 36 stops around Dayton or whatever, but yes, so we have those cross docks, and those play a vital role, because getting wreaths 3,000 miles across the country on a volunteer donated basis is difficult, and it's quite a sell. And to try to sell somebody on that, and those that do any of this, God bless them. But those that do those long hauls, God bless them, because it takes a financial burden off of this mission, a tremendous one. While I'm at it, I mean, it was 3 years ago now, I guess, that I put a pencil, and I had some help with the folks at JB Hunt and tried to use some of their calculating technology on what have you. But I back then put the value of the in-kind donation at well above $8 million that the trucking industry donates. And the individual load cost a carrier or a driver about $10,000. Because everyone must realize that we're not right on I-95 in New Jersey somewhere, or the home base. Right. It's a long ways to Columbia Falls, and it's a beautiful drive, and there's no problem. But it is one way in and one way out. Yeah. And so usually they're deadheading quite a number of miles to get here, and then they drive, and they're not always in their normal routing. They're not always where they would often empty out. So they make their delivery or deliveries, and then they have to deadhead to get back in line for their normal routing. And so you combine all that, and then take into account that they don't get the load that they might have gotten paid for, to do all of this. And that runs around $10,000 or more. So God bless them. God bless them all to make it happen.
It's an amazing, amazing contribution to Wreaths Across America from the transportation sector and division. And yes, our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, along with Sarah and Rob and everybody in the transportation division at Wreaths Across America, just amazing. The Wreaths Across America has an amazing team in place. And probably the most important people of the team are our volunteers, our boots on the ground throughout the country and in the transportation division that are making this all happen. Well, Don Queenie, once again, another half hour on Trucking Tributes has just flown. It's been incredible. I think it kind of almost kind of poignant that you were probably one of my first Trucking Tributes interviews back in like 2017 or so. And now you turn out to be my last Trucking Tributes interview. I'm not going anywhere. Everything's fine. I am retiring and going to be letting Don Queenie and Elizabeth Barner slip into the broadcast chair. And they are going to be your voices moving forward for Trucking Tributes. And they're going to let you know, as I have done over the years, that Wreaths Across America just is filled with gratitude for the contributions that you make. And we'll do our best to make sure that, number one, we listen to your feedback and use that to positively improve the conditions and the environments that you are dealing with as carriers for America's respect. And so, Don Queenie, keep the great work going and moving forward, as I know you will do. We keep moving forward at Wreaths Across America. And I wish you the greatest success and have a blast doing these interviews because they're fun.
They can be very fun. And I'm not going to say that Elizabeth and I have big shoes to fill because I know that's not true, but we got a beautiful pair of shoes to fill. And I really look forward to doing this and taking the legacy that you started on up to whatever level, whatever direction we go. And I will continue to sign off like I have with Michael Hale when we used to do the truck stop thing and say, keep the shiny side up.
Amen to that, sir.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, MHTSA, MACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you. Because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Go for it, Madison with a T.
I'm going for it. I'm going for it. We are live from the Fastport Studios here in the beautiful city of New Orleans. I'm with your host, Mr. Jimmy Mack.
We spend today talking both about maintenance of the vehicle and maintenance of the body and the mind. Just want to take a moment, speaking of maintenance of my mind. The St. Anne Club is one of the stops that Reads Across America makes on its route. It's in Connecticut. It's a Knights of Columbus chapter that happens to have a wonderful, catering hall attached to it, an event hall, place people have their weddings, people have their anniversaries and all that kind of stuff. It's one of the stopping points for our friends at Reads Across America. It's the first place I ever went, as a matter of fact, Madison. Claire and I spent a wonderful 3 or 4 days broadcasting from the SiriusXM building at the Avenue of the Americas, had a great time down there, and then we went our separate ways. Claire went back to New Orleans, and I got in a livery cab and was brought into Connecticut, not as far from the city of New York as you might think, by the way, guys. I got brought over there and was dropped off essentially at this Knights of Columbus Hall. Just dropped off there, and Rees, of course, was behind on schedule. It's a giant, massive moving convoy of cars and trucks hauling reefs to Arlington Cemetery, so it's going to have issues, some of which it has no ability to control. So there I was waiting. The fact that my father was a Grand Knight for 2 terms, which is a very rare thing for the Knights of Columbus, really kind of speaks to what that organization is like, because I'm telling you, once they figured out that my dad was a Grand Knight, they brought me back into the kitchen and made me an antipasta plate as they were getting the chicken and sausage and spaghetti angel hair pasta meal ready for everybody from Rees to arrive. When Rees did arrive, there was no game plan for me, by the way. There are times in this company's history where the people who were supposed to be ahead of us didn't do their jobs. That's why we have Tara now. She's the one that takes care of all that and does a great job. I was literally lost if it had not been for 3 people. Ralph Garcia and Nate McCarty were like, wait, you're with Nemo? Oh, we love Dave. You can ride with us if you have to. But then I heard this voice go, "Are you Jimmy Mack?" And I turned around, and for the first time ever, I saw Susan Patton. She was my first point of contact with the organization Reads Across America in real life. I talked to Karen Worcester a number of times on the air. It was as nice and as kind a welcome. While they tried to figure out which truck I would be riding in for the convoy, I rode with Susan and her husband, Rick. They were so kind to me. I'm really hoping that they're listening right now. Big thanks to Susan for doing trucking tributes for all of these years. Love her contribution. Big thanks to everybody at readsacrossamerica.org. That post is still up on my page, by the way. I can't thank you all enough for helping us keep the mission moving forward. On the morning of my birthday, Madison, we had 3 wreaths purchased. As of today, we have 30.
Aww.
So you guys are really coming through, and it really kind of cued me into what we should be doing over here and how we can make a difference. I'm glad I figured it out. I'm late for the party, but I'd like to celebrate the fact that I made it at all. Let's take care of some bodies. We've taken care of some engines. Let's take care of some bodies. Madison, would you be so kind? Tony Duell founded Centurion Health with a single and wavering mission. He simply wanted to glorify God by creating a company dedicated to making life better. He's got 2 decades of experience in pharmaceuticals, so therefore he's seen firsthand the need for honest, purpose-driven leadership in the health industry. He stepped out in faith to build something different, a company that puts people before profits, truth before trends, and mission before comfort. And he ain't here to pitch Centurion today, although I'm going to do a little bit of pitching for them by simply telling all of you guys to head over over to centurion.health and check them out. What he's here to talk about is something that a lot of you guys who are sitting on your tuchuses know way too much about. Our good friend 3.5 has just undergone a little bit of the process himself, but he was able to go through it and get to the other side because he actually had himself checked out. Just like we tell you guys to check your maintenance, man, you got to check the back end. Tony joins us this morning. Tell us what the topic is, Tony, and welcome.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. Jimmy, it's exciting to be here, and we're just ending the month of November, which was all about prostate health. And for men, that is a big, big deal because it's really the second leading cause of cancer death among men in the United States. About 230,000 people are diagnosed annually, and about 35,000 die from prostate cancer. But the good news is, like you just said, if you're doing regular maintenance and you're getting checkups, if you catch it early, there really is no reason to have a death sentence when it comes to prostate cancer because it can be caught early and it can be treated, and they've got some great treatments that are out there for it as well.
We were actually making a joke about this during Maintenance Matters, not about prostate cancer, but we were talking about the idea of the air brake system. And our good friend, the head of maintenance over at TA Petro, Kevin Lindsay, was, every time he comes on anything in regards to the wellness of your engine, he always says, start by checking your filters. And we both had this kind of insight that anything that you're supposed to do on a regular basis, if you don't do on a regular basis, you never do. Because it's the regularity that actually makes it possible to happen. This is something that once people get past 40, and you have a really great quote that you sent me, if you're quoting movies from the aughts and checking your 401k, then you probably ought to think about also checking your prostate on a regular basis. This really should be something that you're doing, is it twice a year or once a year? What do you feel like is the best approach here?
Typically once a year is what we'll recommend, and they have even pushed that out to a little bit further depending on your risk factors. So there's some crazy things when it comes to the prostate. You're absolutely right. Anybody under the age of 40 really doesn't have to worry about it too much. As a matter of fact, I think the odds are 1 in 40,000 chance of you developing prostate cancer if you're under the age of 40. Once you get to 40, between the ages of 40 and 59, it's about 1 out of 38. So those odds go through the roof. And then from the ages of 60 to 69, it's about 1 in 15. So you really, really need to start checking your prostate about the age of 40. And then depending on your family history will depend on the frequency of it. So if you've got a family history, meaning you've got a dad or a brother who's had it, then you are twice as likely to develop prostate cancer, and therefore you need to be having a more regular maintenance or routine checkup than somebody else who doesn't. The other thing is, if you happen to be African American, we know that they are most likely to develop prostate cancer, and if you're of Asian descent, you're least likely to develop prostate cancer. So those are things that you certainly want to look at, and depending on that risk factor, will depend on whether you go every year. And then some doctors will say every 3 years. If you've got low risk factors and you're relatively healthy, then they'll push it back. So it pays to really be preventative with what you're doing, staying in shape, and eating the right things, because we know all that adds up when we're talking about the prostate.
Troy, the other thing is that I go back to this as well, and it's a topic that we've talked about with our over-the-road drivers, many of whom have created kind of a great community here. One of the things that I think is so important is that people talk about it. My dad always loves to say, we were having a conversation last month about testicular cancer, and, the idea of getting guys comfortable talking about it. I tell this funny story. I walked in from one of my workouts, and my mom wasn't home, and my dad saw me itching down in my nethers, and he said, what's going on there? I said, just a lot of sweat, a lot of workout. He said, is that a regular thing? I said, no, it's just now. He said, because if it's a regular thing, you got to get that checked out. And we have got to be, men in particular, more comfortable talking about this. We have a regular contributor to this show. Our good friend 3.5 is his handle. He called in and let people know he'd been through the process, and they caught it and they got to it. How do we encourage men, particularly men in their 50 and above, many of whom have a hard time making friendships after that age? How do we kind of encourage them to develop communities of conversation that allow them to kind of be like, hey, dude, you got to get your pipes checked out. You got to get under the hood and figure out what's going on down there. How do we do that, Troy?
That's a great question, because as men, typically we want to have the air of, hey, we're fairly invincible. Nothing's going to affect us. But the truth is, the odds are against us. And I think if we know what those signs and symptoms are, then maybe we'll be more inclined or more likely to do something. So one thing that we can do just as friends. So if you're around a group of buddies and one of your friends continues to go to the bathroom, be good just to lightheartedly suggest, hey, what's going on? You're going to the bathroom all the time. Bring it up in jest almost. And as guys, we handle that much better sometimes than just that direct talk. But it also happens to be one of those signs and symptoms. So if you're waking up in the middle of the night, or you're having to go several times during the day, more often than most, then that's a sign that your prostate is enlarged, and it could be a sign of potential cancer, or at least something to start looking at. And then the other things are, if you've got a weak flow when you're starting to go to the bathroom, or when you're stopping and you've got some dribble, or it's just not starting fast enough, that's a sign that your prostate is growing and you need to start paying attention to it. The third thing is feeling. So if you have pain when you're urinating or during intimacy, that's something that you certainly need to pay attention to. And if you have those things, then just start talking about it with your friends and saying, hey, is this normal for me to have this? And if nobody else seems to have it, then that may be a good conversation starter, but at least know it yourself so you're dealing with it. And then really the fourth thing that I think people need to know is if you have blood coming out, that is a sure sign that, hey, something's going on. And it may be as simple as just having an infection in your prostate and it's inflamed, or it could be something as serious as cancer. So all those signs, frequency, flow, feeling, and blood, are things that we need to be comfortable discussing with other people, but especially with ourselves. And if we recognize that, then we want to go to a doctor and really get that checked out and make sure that we're not prolonging things just because we're too busy, or I don't feel like it, or I don't like doctors. That's really not a good excuse to not go and get those things checked out, because like we said, the earlier you catch it, the better off you are.
One of the things that really comes into play here, too, in regards to self-evaluation, I think I'd like to bounce this off of you, is this is where mindfulness really comes into play. Because, let's face it, men doing dude things in Dudeville often tends to involve adjusting to an ever-increasing pain. I know people that literally, I know dads that have literally lived with the same growing headache over a period of 5 years and didn't realize how bad the headache became because it's a slow boil. And one of the things that can happen with this, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Troy, is that we often adjust to pain when it is delivered incrementally, meaning that if it's an increasing pain, but it increases in the negative way that we should lose weight. You know, if you lose weight properly, it should be anywhere from half a pound to a pound a week. You shouldn't make for dramatic things. If we wake up one morning and we're in terrible pain down there, we're immediately going to do something about it. Is that often the condition begins kind of insidiously, so that if it gets caught early, it can be taken care of quickly. What happens for a lot of guys is that it's a little twitch. It's a little bit more of a twitch. And that goes on for the better part of a year and a half. By that point, it's too late. It's almost, and like I said, the guys always want to avoid being a hypochondriac or a complainer. But it's okay to say, hey, doc. And I'll get to the doctors here in a second, too. Hey, doc, it's probably not a big deal. I got a little twitch down there. Can you take a look? I mean, it really is about being mindful. I mean, almost you have to develop strategies to do low-level mindful maintenance on yourself here. That's what we're kind of talking about as well, right?
Absolutely. And, that's the easiest thing for us to do is if there's an issue, don't just count it off as being part of aging or part of whatever's going on. Start to do your own research. Take ownership of your health, because that ultimately is the only thing that we can do to really step in to a situation, especially when you're talking about prostate health. So if you have any of those symptoms that we talk about, that's something that you can, the next time you go to your doctor, and don't put it off for 2 or 3 years, but if you're going to see your doctor within the next couple of months, then be mindful of those things, hold on to them, write them down, take notes about it, whatever it is, put it in your phone, and then say, next time you go in, Doc, I noticed that I've had an increase in the frequency of my urination. There's been a little bit of pain in that area. Is there something that I need to do, or something that can be done, or should I be concerned about it? And hopefully that can start a dialogue that just like checking your engine oil or transmission fluid or anything else you're doing in a car, our bodies are the exact same thing. We are finely tuned machines that we've got to keep at high operating levels. And that's one thing we need to do, is continue those checkups.
One of the things I know you do over at Centurion is one of the commitments that you guys have made is helping people find healthcare providers that actually are proactive, attentive, and actually, really listen to what is going on here. Just like finding a good mechanic isn't just a matter of somebody that can fix you when you're broken. There's somebody who can do your maintenance as well. Can you talk a little bit about how one should go about, as an older man, and when I say older, I don't mean ancient, I just mean as somebody over 40, how one goes about finding the right healthcare provider, what a person should look for, particularly when it comes to the maintenance and upkeep of what I call all the stuff under the hood?
Yeah, I think it starts with you're investing in your own health. So if there's something that's happening, take some time, look through it, do some investigation yourself. And then when you go into the doctor, ask questions, because that's the number one thing we can do. And if that doctor is not willing to answer questions, or pushes you aside, or pushes your questions aside, that's really not a physician that you want to be going to, because what you want is a curious doctor who also cares about you as a person. And if they're not investing in those questions, and they're not concerned about the concerns that you have when it's your health, then they probably aren't the doctor you want to be going to. So I always recommend asking friends, asking family members, and getting down to, is there a doctor who is really taking the time to get to know what your problems are, what your concerns are. And, they're going to be blunt with you, but they're also going to be open to new options and new opportunities, and they're going to be curious. I think one of the best examples recently, just got done with Thanksgiving and talking with my mom about her doctor. And she said, she's getting a little older. She's in her, just about to be in her 80s. And she mentioned that the doctor talked to her and said, you don't have to, just because you're getting older, be accustomed to aches and pains and all these other things that are going on. You can really fight against that. And that's the kind of doctor that I'm hoping that all of us could have, that we don't just go, oh, that's just part of old age, or, oh, that's just part of being a guy. You want a doctor who's going, hey, yeah, that's an issue that happens with a lot of people, but here are some remedies that we can do, and here are things that you can do to help make it a little bit more palatable as you're dealing with that. And you always hope that their first stab at trying to help somebody is not jumping into the medicine cabinet, but they're jumping into other things that really allow you to dictate how well you do with that diagnosis, and taking some of that personal ownership of it as well.
By the way, and looking through Troy's stuff, who joins us this morning, Troy, do me a favor. I've been saying Duell, but I want to make sure I'm saying it proper. Is it Duel or Duell?
It's Duel.
Okay,
yep.
Fantastic.
But I go by either. I've been I've been called a lot of things.
Okay. Well, I will keep it between those two words and nothing else. You strike me as a fine man. So I'm going to ask you this question as well, too, by way of setting up my own story. I actually looked for a doctor for a long time and had a lot of just bad experiences. The first time I had a good experience was I went to go see this doctor, and he actually had done bare minimum. You can look me up on Facebook or anything. And he was coming in and he said, I see that you like comedians and all kinds of entertainment stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I do. He said, I'm going to keep on encouraging you to keep on posting all those videos you put up of comedians. He said, because the more of that kind of stuff you can watch, the more you laugh, the more it's going to affect your health in really positive ways. He's like, just stay out of the slop over there because it can really affect your heart rate. And it wasn't a big deal. But just at the outset, what he ended up telling me was, you made your appointment. You told me your socials and all that kind of stuff. I looked you up. I had a sense of who you were when you came in here. And we immediately got off on the right foot. And that's so very important. And I just wanted to kind of, echo your sentiments of finding a person who actually cares about you. All right. So let's talk about, you guys have done a lot of deep digging into the latest research about surprising takeaways on nutrition and lifestyle approaches. You hinted towards them earlier with staying in shape and all that stuff. But can you kind of do a little bit of a deep dive on some of the things that people can do on a daily basis, some of the easy lifts that are right in front of us and there for the taking, if only we would do it?
Absolutely. And it may hurt a few people's feelings, so I'll start with the first one. Your mom was absolutely right when she said that you should be eating your fruits and vegetables. We know from studies that fruits and vegetables really, really help the prostate. There are certain ones in particular, like tomatoes, peanuts, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds. Those are things that we know really nourish the prostate and keep it healthy. And then omega-3 fatty acids are really a very, very beneficial thing just to keep your prostate healthy. The other thing is, unfortunately, you've got to avoid those greasy foods and alcohol. So processed foods, anything that's fried, you want to avoid if you're having prostate issues. And if you're really struggling and having an increased frequency of going to pee all the time, then you really want to stay away from coffee and tea and anything that's got caffeine in it. And then we know that there are certain vitamins that you should take and really do that on a regular basis to try to keep as healthy of a prostate as you possibly can. And there were 6 as we were studying that we found at certain levels seem to have the greatest impact on the prostate itself. And those include selenium, lycopene, which comes out of tomatoes. So selenium actually comes out of the dirt, and actually typically we get it through our fruits and vegetables, but as the farming has kind of broken down, we don't have as much selenium in our soil as we used to. So that's why they recommend going in and supplementing with that. Saw palmetto, which has been around a long time, stinging nettles, beta-cytosterol, and the pomegranate extract. So those are 6 ingredients or vitamins that you can take on a regular basis that seem to help the most. And they help to reduce prostate size, and also some of those ingredients have helped even push off cancer as you're doing that. Now, the next piece will probably get a lot of people upset with me, and it's drink less beer. So unfortunately, it seems that beer has, as we all know, yeast and hops, and the yeast and hops in that tend to irritate the prostate, and it causes serious issues. So if you're having some prostate issues, back off on the beer, back off on alcohol, but beer in particular. And then we know that exercise is a big thing because it's going to help increase kind of that blood flow and the oxygen to the prostate. And it also helps reduce fat tissues, which store the toxins that kind of really irritate your prostate.
By the way,
And then I'll give,
really
yeah,
quickly, I want to just kind of jump in here and add power walking or any sort of jogging, low-level jogging, because you don't want to, especially as you get older, split your shins or anything like that. But power walking, anything that involves like stretching is supposed to be really, really good. The deal a friend of mine made is he actually has done a lot of the stuff that you're telling him to do. He likes his beer, and what he discovered is that, I don't know if you know this, but beer and non-alcoholic beer, they have found out, is the best post-workout drink you can have. So he said his trade-off is he has one beer after every workout, and that is the limit of what he has. So it really is about keeping balance and moderate. By the way, I don't drink, so I have no dog in this hunt, but it really is about everything in moderation, right? You need to be, and if it gets bad, then cut it out entirely. That's kind of fair?
absolutely, and yeah, totally fair. And in Europe, I don't know, 20 years ago, before they had Gatorade, one of the things that they would do after games or after working out is they would drink a beer, because it tends to have the electrolytes and everything else we need our body to absorb. So it kind of replenishes those things. So you're absolutely right. There's some studies that suggest that one beer is not too terribly bad, typically the dark beers. But yeah.
I'm laughing about it because I'm saying, guys, this is not a way to go out for a walk for 15 minutes and then have 3 beers. That is not a good strategy. Not a good strategy at all.
No,
we're talking about working
no.
out and having a cool down afterwards.
That's right. That's right. I can see somebody going out and getting a 6-pack and walking 10 minutes, having a drink, walk another 10 minutes, have a drink. So definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
That won't play itself
not
out
the
well.
way to make that work. That's right.
How do you?
But,
I wanted to ask you how you kind of stay active and stay in shape, because you're a guy who cares about this, because you have a family you care about. So much of this is not just about investing in yourself, but it's about making sure that you're alive. Especially men in their mid-40s who have kids like who haven't even hit teenage years. You want to go play golf with them. You want to see them play baseball. It really is about being active, not just for yourself, but the people you love, right?
Absolutely. And I think it just comes down to kind of getting your own process or routine in place. So for me, there are certain things that I try to create as non-negotiables. Things that I don't do is I have avoided Cokes and sodas or anything along those lines, because they're typically just liquid calories that you don't get much benefit from. 1 can of Coke has 39 grams of sugar, and for a man, you're only supposed to get 36 grams of sugar a day. So you're already over the amount of sugar you should have. So, and we know that sugar leads to inflammation, which even affects the prostate and the rest of our bodies. So you've got to be careful of your diet. When you go out to eat, sometimes it's hard, but have a side salad instead of those side fries whenever you're getting something, just to cut back on the calories. Have water instead of sweet tea or any other drink that may have some calories in it, and cut back on those things. So my I guess fix on that is I do unsweet tea with lemonade as a kind of a diet Arnold Palmer, just to help reduce the calories, because I used to be hooked on sweet tea and drink 4 or 5 glasses at lunch all the time. So I had to do something to change my mindset and change the way I was doing things. And then for some people, it helps to have a cheat day. So every Saturday, have a cheat day that you're going to have your desserts, you're going to have whatever it is, and then the rest of the week, you're going to eat clean and healthy. So those are just a couple of ways that you can certainly set up when you're talking about your diet, to lay out some disciplined process to keep you from going overboard every single day. And from the workout side, I like to try to work out at least 4 days a week with weight training and some cardiovascular. But the other things I'll do during the day is, if I'm in a building that has an elevator, I'll try to take the stairs instead of the elevator. I'll park a little further away instead of trying to get the best spot right up front, because we all need to walk a little bit more during the day anyway. So those are just a couple of little quick cheats that I will do to try to get a little bit more exercise in.
We have only time for one more comment, and I want to make sure we say this because it really is important. People, and I think it also plays to a state of mind too, people who make room for intimacy actually have a better chance of actively engaging in the preventative action of prostate cancer, correct?
That is correct. I was always saving the best for last. And this was not a study done by a bunch of dudes. This was actually done by the National Cancer Institute. So they took 30,000 men, and they found that if you had a healthy love life and you had sex more than 15 times a month, there was a 33% reduction in prostate cancer risk, with the one caveat being that it only seemed to hold for those who had a solo partner. So didn't work for multiple partners, but if you had a one partner, typically your wife, then you would have that advantage of a reduction in prostate cancer risk.
So if there's somebody you care about them, care about them. I mean, basically, remember that it's you're never too old and it's never too late to take preventative steps. I wanted to end this on a really positive note. I told you about our friend who's a regular caller. This is what he wrote this morning before you even arrived. Morning, gang. Wish I could join in. Just finished my 1-month checkup since prostate cancer surgery. All is good. Doc credits catching it early and being proactive. There you go. Literally everything you said in action. He got it checked out. He got there early. He is done and ready to move on to the rest of his wonderful life of going to car shows, going to truck shows, and driving around the country. Troy, you're welcome back anytime. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. I hope you and your wonderful family have a wonderful holiday season planned for yourself as well. Do you?
Absolutely. It's always a good time of the year to get that kind of stuff in. It's a little crazy and hectic, but excited about it and hope you guys have the same, and appreciate you having me on.
Health educator and founder of Centurion Health, Troy Duell. You can find him over at Centurion.health, Facebook.com at the Centurion Way. Love that. Over on the tube of you at Centurion Health and Centurion Health on the Instagrams. Thank you so much, Troy. Have the best of days, my friend.
Thanks, Jimmy. Have a great holiday season.
Thank you, sir. It is a holiday season. I'll celebrate Christmas and then holiday season. I'll also just have a really good time in general as the fat, plump kid with the tuba plays us a tune. Lindsay Lawler is coming. That is not a fat joke. Don't even say it. We'll be right back.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Here.
All I want for Christmas is this to work for once.
Fat chance.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
So, speaking of getting a life, can I just start the show with this? At least 15 times a month, Doctor?
I like where his head's at. I like where Troy's
At
head's at.
least 15 times a month?
I mean,
Listen, I'm not trying to give anyone a window into what my intimate life may or may not be, but at least 15 times a month. I'm so tired.
Mama tired.
Mama tired.
Mama tired. Mama tired. Hey, you got to take one for the team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't wait to call my husband today and be like, listen, do you like your prostate or not? Get to work.
Get busy. Get busy.
Get busy living or die trying.
Hey,
Literally.
man, get busy living, because if you don't get busy, you're going to die. I mean, that's just it.
Good Lord.
I gotta kind of like, I mean, there really was, though. There's something invigorating about that conversation. He got a very low key approach, but there was we've talked about this before, a pressure in his voice. Speaking of pressure, we were talking about prostate cancer. There's a pressure in his voice, though, that does kind of remind you that there's a vibrant, active life to be lived. And I'm going to tell you something right now. If you do have an active, intimate life, it is amazing how much more you like the people you're with. And I don't just mean in regards to the act itself. I'm talking about holding hands, hugging, showing deep affection. I got to tell you, one of the moments that put Claire and I on an oxytocin high was we hadn't seen each other in a long time at one point. Hey, welcome back to that point. And at Christmas, we just kind of, Claire came in at Christmas one time, and we just hugged and ended up standing like right next to each other at a party and just talking like really close for about 15 minutes. And it was so good to see her. It was just so good to lay eyes, and this sense of like seeing somebody again for the first time, that we realized the next day, Claire was like, I still feel good about seeing you again.
That's good. I got to say, you haven't seen her in a while. I'm a little worried about your prostate. I'm just saying.
615-292-6366.
Let's check. Hey, caller 10. We're going to check your prostate. We're going to talk about how many times a month is too much, is not. No, that's 615-292-NEMO. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler. I do want to take a moment now that you're here as well, because you know her as well, to congratulate Susan Patton on a wonderful run as the host of Trucking Tributes. As you heard, Don Queenie and Elizabeth Barna are going to be taking over that position. Yeah. I got a chance to give a little shout out to Susan after the interview. I hope she was listening. If not, I will be calling her later on in the day to say the exact same thing, was that she was my first point of IRL contact with Reeves Across America. I mean, Nate McCarty and our good friend Ralph Garcia came over and like, wait, you're with Nemo? I got the you're with Nemo moment. But I just wanted to kind of, just take a moment to say congratulations to Susan and thank you for your service. And I mean that. Thank you for your service to the men and women who keep the mission moving forward, to being a voice out there for them, to being part of the process that lets people know what the process is and what kind of joy awaits those who actually sign up and keep the mission moving forward. Courtney, it looks like, got it done. They're down to one route to Wisconsin, and that's what they're looking for as we speak, over 5,000 locations.
I'll tell you what, my sweet dad called me yesterday, or just texted me and said, I just bought 6 wreaths, and I don't know why the number 6, but he picked 6, and I think that's amazing. I like to say it's for all the women in his life. His wife, 2 daughters, 3 grandkids, and a dog, a girl dog.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Something like that. So if my dad can navigate how to go on and buy wreaths, so can you, is what I'm trying to tell you today. Thank you, Dad, for that. Thank you for everybody who's donated to Race Across America. We will be there next week. You will be taking off this Friday. I'll be meeting you a couple days later. And this is a It's a great event that we get to do here, Jimmy Mack.
It's a great event full of great Americans, by the way. Are you all squared away? Do you know what you're supposed to be doing now?
No clue.
Has anybody talked to you? Are you just going to fly blind? Are you going to figure it out next week? I mean, do you have any idea? Has anybody have you talked to Tara? Anything? I'm having an open conversation here, open forum, by the way. I have no problem.
As of yesterday, Tara had not booked. She was still waiting for a go ahead. If that's
She's got a go
asking.
ahead, by the way. I know because I talked to Dave. So expect it done today. She got the go ahead. Expect it today. So we'll get you squared away. As soon as you know, please let me know, because I'd love to know where to see you when you show up.
I'd love to know where to go, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
We are going to
Luckily, we're good at if there's anything we know how to do around here, it's fly by the seat of our pants.
We certainly do. And I realize it's like so unfair to everybody else. Anybody that spends any time with me, it makes Claire crazy. I know to some degree you're able to kind of roll with it a little bit better. It makes Tara absolutely nuts. You could literally, because I don't have any responsibilities. I'm not building a house. I don't have a child. I basically behave like I'm just kind of out on the edge of nothing, doing nothing. And so when people say, hey, you have to be here tomorrow, I'm like, okay. And it really does. I must drive people nuts, because I'm just like, well, wherever you point me to, I'm going to go there, by the way.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah, I could look at it. I could look at it either way. Like, that's annoying. I wish I could just go whatever I want. I don't look at it that way. It's more like Jim is able to do it. I'm grateful that you're able to step in and get there prior, and I'll get there when I can get there.
Well, no, and by the way, I'm not saying for a minute here that don't you wish you could be like me? I mean, there are.
Listen, I do. I do wish I could be like you. I would give anything to say, peace out, everybody. I'm leaving on a jet plane. And that's all this year, I was like, I had a big breakthrough last night, Jim.
Okay. Go on.
Because every year around my birthday, I get sad. It's a whole thing. But what I realized last night, I do, you know me, I do so much all year. I'm always planning, I'm always entertaining and hosting, and I want things to be epic. I want things to be epic, or I don't want to do it at all. And that is a hard place to live if you're married to me, if you're my friend, if you're my family, because it's very tricky to navigate. Does she want everything, or does she want to be left alone? It's very, very, very tricky. But what I really realized last night when it comes to my birthday is, or just for me in general, is that because I have so much pomp and circumstance, I guess, going on during the year and everything else, I thought that I wanted somebody to handle things for me. But I don't like surprises either. So it's like, okay, it's also not that. Because my poor husband's like, well, should we do this? No, I bat everything down. And it came down, I went in my room, started crying last night. It's like, I just want things handled. But then I was like, but no, I don't. Because I also want it a certain way. And I'm like, the epiphany I had last night is that birthday to me is not about a big to-do. I don't want to just go out to dinner and spend a lot of money to chitter chat. We can do that anytime. It has to be something different. So birthday to me is more about this like pivotal moment, something sacred and symbolic, and like more of a time to go, I guess, in and have a reset. So I'm gonna more just take some quiet time for myself, like try to take a bath, try to journal, try to have a moment of what am I leaving behind, what am I shedding, and what am I stepping into next. And
that last comment, I don't know. I have no idea. We'll find out next week.
We'll see. But you know what I mean? And it was so freeing for me to be like, oh, it's not about the chaos and just another dinner and I mean, I love all that, but I'm like, no, it's about it's about something symbolic. And I so badly thought I was going to be in Taos and go on this big pilgrimage for my birthday. Well, that's not happening. And part of me was like, one more year where the thing I wanted to do, I didn't do. But no, that's not. Maybe I'll sit and plan it on my birthday and plan what I'm looking forward to. But anyway, I was really freeing, Jim. I'm like, oh, I don't have to do anything on my birthday. The Cowboys are playing on my birthday. Great. I'll watch the Cowboys and my new Cowboys sweater that I rented. Yes, I rented a sweater and eat some, I know, you heard it. And just be chill. Maybe I'll go see Wicked this weekend and just be like chill and quiet. I never do that. So anyway,
I don't know what made me bring that up. I guess it's the idea of I just want to go and do whatever I want. And I do that for the most part, as throughout the year. So birthday for me is the time to be like, okay, breathe, reset. Let's not be a train wreck. Let's get it together. Let's take a bath. Let's chill the F out, and let's figure out where we're going next.
Okay, I love the idea. There's so much you said in there that's kind of fantastic. First of all, I love the idea of turning your birthday into a sacred moment.
Yeah.
I just think there's something about that really just lands home with me. This last birthday, and by the way, everybody out there in the chat room right now, including our friend Trucker Bosun and Tim and everybody else that's contributing, you guys played a role in one of the best birthdays I have ever had, and that was the last birthday I had. And I decided that I would be mindfully present for my birthday, that rather than making plans and doing something big, I would simply let people know. I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm not going to tell anybody it's my birthday. Let's see if they remember it. Oh, no, I told people it was my birthday. People reminded me it was my birthday. But I said, I'm just going to let the day come to me and do only what I have to do on that day. I'm not going to think about all the responsibilities and all the things that are tomorrow and next week and the looming deadlines and the world that we're trying to create around here. I'm just going to be present for it and soak in every single moment. And between the well wishes on the chat, the phone calls that I got, the people who actually bought wreaths online, the cookie cake that arrived as part of an ongoing tradition now, second year in a row that's happened.
And coffees.
All of that stuff really landed with me. And my mom and dad having the little diorama set up for me that morning, all the little things that just kind of, permeated my mom and dad. My mom saying, well, do you have any plans with friends? And I went, no, I'm just kind of going to enjoy the day. And they were like, well, let us take you to dinner and we'll go do that. And it was just a great day. And you said something in there that is so worth talking about, which is maybe you should just say, you know what Mama wants on her birthday? Everybody leave me alone. I'm actually going to plan this trip to Taos. You don't have to do that, by the way. But simply sitting down and whether you ask ChatGPT to give you the kickstart, jumpstart for it, or whether you actually do it sui generis, or whether you make a vision board for it, maybe that's the gift that you give yourself. Not so much going there, but planning to go there with a real definitive plan, and maybe making some time to talk to Seamus and say, let's really talk about either me going there and having a great time and what arrangements we'll have to make, or you and I going there, or whatever it looks like. I think that's an amazing gift. And by the way, another amazing gift, I'll tell you what, sometimes you can overplan and overthink things, and I'm here to catch you when you do, and you're here to remind me, Jim, we need a plan. That's the great gift Lindsay and I give each other. Lindsay wants to plan things to the nth degree, and I'm like, dude, at some point, whether you can swim or not is irrelevant. The fall will kill you.
I've gotten better, if you've noticed.
You have, but on the flip side of that, it's always a great reminder to say, hey, I know you just want to wing it. We got to come up with some kind of game plan here before we start doing stupid stuff. In regards to something like Nashville to NOLA, you do want somebody who plans things to the nth degree. You don't want to wing it. You don't want to put something like that together and just say, when is it going to happen? Next month. Well, what do we have? I mean, it's like Live Aid was a miracle. I was watching a show about Live Aid last night. It's a miracle. He was announcing bands that had not even agreed to be there less than a month before Live Aid happened. Did you know that? That he announced Queen, and Queen had never agreed to it.
That's one way to do it.
and literally
speak it into existence.
Enough pressure got put up around people where Queen actually like, well, we have to go, and ended up stealing the show. I mean, yes, there is something about piss and vinegar, or as I call it, piston and vinegar. But at the same time, you do need people who can hyper-plan things, because there's a lot of stuff. Everything goes wrong. That's the great lesson of any event we engage in, Lindsay. Everything goes wrong. Nothing goes according to plan, which is exactly why Eisenhower said, you need one. Our plan is really simply this: 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. People are talking over in the chat. We do have two calls on the line. I'm excited to dive into it. And Jim, thank you for getting an understanding, because I mean this not only just in your birthday, my birthday, what's to come with RadioNemo. For everybody listening out there, think about special days, whether that's your birthday, whether that's holidays, whether that's your weekend 34, or not weekend 34, whenever you're 34, whenever your reset is. Think about it really with, to take that it's meaning, that it's this moment. It's like this line drawn in the sand between what's come and what's next. And I think that's great. And I want to we have Clifford and Marshall, I think both on the line, so we're going to dive in. Who do we have first, Miss Madison with T?
We have Marshall. He was here first.
Marshall was here first. So what do you got?
First come, first serve.
First come, first Marshall.
Good morning. Now, you know I couldn't let the earlier subject just...
15 times a month, at least?
Well, you know, I did a little independent research. I heard about this...
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Marshall.
I heard about this study a couple of years ago. And actually, it's just... I don't know how to say this politely. Anyhow, it's the ejaculation that helps prevent the cancer.
Nothing polite around here.
Yes. According to the study that I read, anyhow, and I read 2 or 3 different ones just to make sure this wasn't some BS, that, you know, it really does help prevent cancer, prostate cancer and stuff. Plus, it's kind of like one of these things, use it or lose it type deal, because if you don't regularly exercise that part of the body, sometimes it becomes atrophied, I think it is the word they use. So anyhow, I just want to give a big shout out to the free porn industry because they may have saved my life.
Oh my gosh. It's a Christmas miracle.
Well,
yes.
But
12 porns a poppin'.
You guys are just you're going there, aren't you?
It's too hard not to.
I will say this
she
too.
said.
I will say I'm just going to keep on moving on.
Thank you.
I'm going to say this though. Marshall and Lindsay and our good friend Troy in the last half hour. It's an important thing though. The idea that it's like you can tell. You ever been around somebody who gets their 50s? Some of these SOBs, these spoiled old bachelors who have no intimacy and they're really kind of dark, sort of grumbling folks. And I will tell you, they meet somebody. And that somebody brings out the best in them. Have you seen?
It's kind of like when you have an old dog and you get a young dog, and that old dog gets a little kick up in its step. Same kind of idea, right?
A little booster. And I'm going to tell you, I have seen
booster for you, rooster.
I have seen many a man. I mean, I'll give you an example of somebody I know, John Rojas.
Oh.
John Rojas. When they got married, I mean, he was always a great guy. Dude, it was like night and day. I mean, he just was like watching. I took a picture of them at one of the National Association of Public Funded Truck Driving Schools conferences, and the way they are looking at each other, it will melt your heart.
I remember that.
You remember that picture? It is just like...
I just remember them sitting out by the pool, having a lovely moment.
Unbelievable watching those human beings together, and when somebody finds somebody late in the day, or what I call at the second act, it is like one of the great turnaround stories of all time.
I think you can do that in your current relationship too. I had a friend say that their therapist that she went to, she's on the same, been married 7 times to the same man. They said they renegotiate the contract every couple of years. So they say, and they because we're constantly changing, so they check in every however many years and say, okay, I'm a different person now. You're a different person now. Now what do you want out of this marriage? Now how do you want to move forward this relationship or whatever it is? And I love that. I can't say that we do that. I need to do that probably. An anniversary is certainly a good time to do that, to be like, hey, is there anything I'm not providing you 15 times a month that would be helpful? And then maybe lean in.
Marshall, your thoughts, by the way.
Well, 15 times a month in a relationship requires a lot of work.
Yes.
You got to get along with each other. Make sure you're brushing your teeth before you go to bed every night. No bad breath problems or anything, or the 15 is definitely not going to happen. So.
I do have a point of order, by the way, since you both seem to have a certain expertise in this issue. Does it count? Does it count only once if you do it twice in one night? Or does
I think that's 2.
That's 2. Okay, that's important, by the way. That's an important.
That's
an
2.
important distinction, which means if you're really keeping up with the equipment, you can actually take care of a lot of this situation in in maybe less days. You know what I'm saying? Less days. I'm just.
Well, I may be kind of an overproducer or whatever. I'm an overachiever. So, yeah, it counts.
Okay, I'm excited about this. Okay, this kind of changes me in regards to the scheduling. It's the scheduling problem for me. It's not so much a matter of, oh my God, do I have that in me? Well, I probably do. But the problem is, do I have time? There's just no way to get through this conversation and not have it turn awkward, is there? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. We are.
Look at it this way, it'll help improve your frequent flyer miles.
Ew.
Hey, I like that, by the way. All right.
Is there an equivalent of the Mile High Club in trucking? Is there a term for that in the cab?
I don't know if there's a term for it, but it's happened a few times over the years. I'm not going to go into detail.
Yeah, I think right now this is one of those moments where the Jake break actually does apply.
We got to get to Clifford. We got to get to Clifford, Marshall, but we love you.
Thank you, brother.
Have a great day.
You too.
Clifford, the big red dog.
Next to Jimmy, who is a hog. Oh, go ahead, Clifford. How are you,
Good
man?
morning.
Hey, guys. Hey, before I get started, Jimmy Mack, your mic is really soft. It's really hard to hear you.
Here's the question. Here's the question before anybody gooses me. Is it really hard to hear now?
Or just when you're on hold?
Okay, here's the other question, too. I want to ask everybody who's in the chat, because nobody said it in the chat yet. Were you having a problem hearing me before you got on the phone? This is crucial, because I don't want to gas people out. This might be a you on the phone issue, as opposed to you on the
Jim
air.
and I sound equal.
Asking people in the chat.
Asking for a friend.
Lindsay, you're clear and loud. That's good.
And Clifford, let's
I'm
be
sorry,
honest.
I didn't-
Let's be honest. That's all that really matters, right?
I didn't catch all of what Jimmy Mack just said. 15 times a month, that's only 3 3/4 times a week, so you might as well round up.
Okay. I like your style. Clifford. So that gets us so it's actually 16. Now, he did say at least 15 times a month. So there we go. That being said, being a trucker and being gone all the time, or anybody who travels a lot, you kind of got to plan for that kind of thing. Not to get too intimate, pun intended, but you got to plan, eh?
Well, I don't fall into that category since my significant other passed away. So
I don't know.
Well,
But
that's
it
fair,
is
but
what it is.
it is what it is. So what have you how was your Thanksgiving, Clifford? Were you able to enjoy any?
worked it.
Of course you did.
Yeah, I worked it. I called about the birthday thing that you struggle with.
Yeah.
I don't celebrate birthdays. I haven't celebrated my birthday in years.
Well, I mean, according to this, it should be.
But in reality, the birthday celebration is not for the birthday person. The birthday celebration is for the parents, and it's a reminder of the love they shared when they conceived you, and it's a reminder of the love and how much their hearts swelled when you came into this world. But if you do want to make it about yourself, which most people do, and that's fine, it's a way to take stock of your past year, but it's also a way to thank God for the blessing for the coming year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm so glad you said that. I'm going to be really honest. I really felt that last night and made a shift, and it's like I woke up this morning. Pivot. I woke up this morning, Clifford, like literally feeling like a different person. I released all this pent up thing around the capitalism around birthdays, and I was like, it's not what it's about. It's like you just said, taking stock, and I actually was having a conversation about celebrating parents. I'm so grateful my parents actually moved here and lived here, and to get to see them and acknowledge that I don't have a birthday without them, obviously. So you make a good point, and it's shifting the narrative. So I agree. When is your birthday?
July 26th. So I'm a Leo, but
yeah, you are.
I don't really follow that much either.
Well,
so you want to be really dangerous on your birthday? I mean, really dangerous on your birthday?
Sure.
Okay. So you can do what Ezekiel did when the good Lord called out for him. And what'd he say? He said, "Here I am, Lord." And then when your birthday comes around, you say, "Well, I don't know what you got planned for me this coming year, but here I am, Lord." But beware, it's a dangerous prayer.
By the way, that's exactly what I did on my birthday. I just basically said,
Use me, Lord.
I said, let me see what the day has in store. Rather than making any demands of the day, let me just see what the day has to offer. And man, oh man, Clifford, it offered so much friendship and so much fellowship and generosity in other directions other than just towards me. Brother, we have got to wrap up this half hour. What a great phone call. What a great phone call. It's like the wholesome version of Marshall's earlier call.
Yeah, sorry, I ruined it all.
You didn't ruin anything.
Clifford brought it back. Clifford, I know you say you didn't celebrate your birthday, but we celebrate you. I just want to say it's really good to hear your voice. Haven't got to talk to you in a minute, so thanks for finding us and continue to find us, our friend, and we're thankful for you this season.
I truly enjoy talking to you guys. I feel more like you guys are part of my family, especially since most of my family is either grown and gone, living their lives, or gone. So,
Clifford, of course, is part of our family, as many of you are. But thank you, Clifford, so much. It's an honor. It really is, by the way. It really is an honor to have you guys join us as we make our way further down the road.
Clifford's my family.
The big red dog.
The big red dog.
The big red dog. Marshall says, "Remember, friends, you never forget your first love." By the way, thank you,
15 times.
A month.
A
month. Hey guys, get busy. Either get busy living or get busy, I don't know.
Trying.
At least try. At least go down fighting. We're going to take a quick break
we
here.
Love you, Clifford.
We're going to bounce our way back to the other side. We're going to Route 66, by the way, Lindsay.
Speaking of getting your kicks.
I'm telling you right now, man. This is a good guess. This is a good get. I think Claire is now officially both of our spirit animals.
I wonder how many times 15 times a month happens on Route 66. We're going to find out. No.
66 times. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Lindsay, I want to give a shout out. Lindsay will know who this is. Most of you guys will not. My friend Adriana, her birthday is today. And
Sagittarius fellow.
Another Sagittarius. Matter of fact, because of your birthday and because of her birthday, I almost made a terrible birthday faux pas. I ended up looking pretty good. I actually had gotten them a present. I bought them a subscription on a podcast that they really, really loved. A whole year-long Patreon upscale subscription, which meant they got the merchandise as well for it.
Nice.
The problem was I had flipped your birthday dates, and I called you that day. I said, "Hey, birthday girl." You're like, "Oh, man, you're getting ahead of the..." I don't know if you remember it either. You're like, "You're getting
last year, you mean?"
Yeah, you're getting ahead of this. And I'm like, "Oh, no."
Oh.
Oh,
Mayday.
no.
Mayday.
And,
but then you get to look good.
Yeah, but the good news was I was able to send them a screenshot of what had been and a screenshot of the early purchase of it. It was designed to drop the day of her birthday. They actually had a thing set up on that particular Patreon that allowed me to drop that to make the arrangements to do it and not just buy it on the spot. But I did it like a month in advance, sent them the screenshot and said, no, I really did think about you. I really do love you. Claire and I really love you. I haven't forgotten your birthday and what has been a very trying year for you. It was a mad scramble. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio.
Speaking of mad scramble.
I mean, just an absolute...
Can I still do the turkey?
You can, of course, because we got turkeys we have to pardon for Christmas as well. A lot of people
that's right.
A lot of people do it. By the way, I may have a theory. I know when Scrooge was...
I may have a theory.
When Scrooge was visited by 4 ghosts, not 3, he's visited by 4 ghosts, and those ghosts, of course, are Marley and then past, present, and yet to come. Okay, take it easy. I realized what Scrooge's problem was. At his age,
he didn't do it 15 times a month?
He didn't do it 15 times a month. He walked away from Belle. No, he really did. He walked away from Belle. And when he walked away from Belle, what he ended up doing was he blew his chance to do it 15 times a month.
Lumpy. We just watched Scrooge the other night, the Bill Murray one.
Oh, my God, Lumpy.
Lumpy.
I've told you, I think that the shot of Karen Allen arriving at the studio when they step back, and there she is so wholesome.
I fall in love with her in that shot. I'm like, you are a good human.
It's literally Richard Donner takes that shot. He must have turned to everybody and go, wait till you see what this looks like when we're finished with it. He's like, that moment when she's in that wonderful beret and just beaming.
And him looking at her, too. Oh, it's so great. It's not as great, though, as getting your kicks 15 times a month on Route 66, Jim. At least 15 times a month.
I am going to turn to Madison here, and she is going to help us pivot into our next wonderful guest. This guy, by the way, has made a career of telling people where to go. Back in 1990, he had a little bit of a nudge from his dearest friend, his wife, Judy. He put that talent to work. He began telling people actually where to go, and he began sharing his passion for the colorful, diverse, and inspirational American story. He launched Jim Hinckley's America, and with that platform, he has inspired people to discover America with road trips. It started with the writing of feature articles for a diverse array of publications, and then as a stint as an associate editor of the now-defunct Cars and Parts magazine. For that publication, he wrote a monthly column, The Independent Thinker. He told stories of auto industry's unsung heroes, and all kinds of crazy stories, including one of Ralph Teeter, the blind inventor of cruise control. He joins us this morning, Lindsay. He joins us because he's got himself a book that is the perfect Christmas present, the perfect leave it on the coffee table and take a look at it when you have a moment of mindfulness to think about the next adventure you are going to take. Lindsay, I want you to tell Jim Hinckley, who you can find at jimhinkleysamerica.com, good morning, because he has a wonderful book out, Route 66, 100 Years. Hey, Jim, welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning. How's everyone this morning?
Well, we're good now. We're better now that you're here. Thanks for making the time. This book is so fun, and like Jim said, a great Christmas present, a great gift, especially for our kind of audience who spend most of their life on the road and always looking for new roadside attractions and diners, and you do that so well here. Jim, I want to first dive in, and because you've lived and breathed Route 66 for decades, and this book literally obviously does that. And I'm so curious, when you sat down, I'm always really interested in how we, honor the past, but also step into the future and what's to come. So when you sat down to do a centennial book, to you, what felt most important to get it right for specifically for the next generation of travelers?
Well, Route 66 is a unique animal, and it is the American story made manifest. Every aspect of it. For just example, in Route 66 in New Mexico, the pre-1937 alignment is literally on top of the Santa Fe Trail. And in western New Mexico, you have villages along Route 66 like Yakima, where people have lived for 1,000 years. You have Civil War battlefields, stories with Edsel Ford, Emily Post, Pamela Anderson's topless expose on Route 66. There's so many stories woven into this highway. It's pretty amazing. So writing this, I was able to do it with some very, very talented friends of mine, such as Dries Bessels, the founder of the Dutch Route 66 Association. And I wanted to inspire people to discover America on this highway.
What I really love is from the get-go, here's what hooks me in. I'm a big fan of ghost stories. I'm a big fan of haunted areas. And almost immediately you threw us in the deep end with the ghost towns of Route 66 map and giving us a bit of a history. Because it's a highway whose time is past, and it's a highway who is still a completely necessary component of making America still be America. So you, in kind of writing this book and kind of doing this study, have had to kind of keep your head in two places. One, what the future of Route 66 is, while at the same time constructing a history of it as well. Can you talk about that balance in creating this book?
Well, Route 66 is always been in a state of evolution. The Route 66 of 1960 was different from that of 1930, but there were components of 1930 found in the 1960 Route 66. It's always been a blurring of the line between past, present, and future. And today's a perfect example. We have people preserving 1930s gas stations, 1950s motels, and we have the Historic Electric Vehicle Foundation establishing the world's first electric vehicle museum on Route 66.
So when you're talking about these historic places, I know Jim loves a ghost story, I do too, but I also love kind of like I'm going to call it the left behind energy of places, or the magic, so to speak. So, what are some stops along here that still, I'm going to say, still hold their magic? As opposed to, there's one thing to be history and drive by and say, yes, that's where this and that happened. But are there spots when you pull up to you, Jim, specifically, where you're like, I can still feel what has happened here in the past, if that makes sense?
Oh, it does. Yes, indeed. Anybody who has seen me know that I like pie and cobbler. It shows. 50 plus years of doing this. There's tremendous places on the road like that. There's the Clanton's Cafe in Veneta, Oklahoma. One family owned since 1929. That's just such an incredible blending of the past and the present. There's towns like San Jose, New Mexico, a little farming community on the Pecos River. The little adobe chapel has cast its shadow over the Santa Fe Trail, the National Old Trails Road, and Route 66. The chapel was built in about 1825. All along the road, you find this really magical blending of these different chapters in the American story. In some places, the history is just absolutely palpable. And there's new chapters being written, like the quirky Uranus Fudge Company and General Store, where juvenile humor reigns supreme.
By the way, just to give you a sense of the kind of
juvenile and also our
and
humor,
very much in keeping with this show on this particular day, by the way, Jim, just to kind of give people a sense of the irreverence of this book as well. As they're making their way through Joliet, there is Joliet Kicks, and on the top of that building, Lindsay, as you remember from the book, is a picture of Jake and Elwood Blues. Joliet Kicks on 66. That's part of what's interesting, too, to me about it, and you've kind of alluded to this, that there is a style that really kind of gets going, the Americana of about 46 to about 1960, right on the edge of the new frontier. And it seems to me now that as Route 66 finds a new life as a historical and kind of a historical travel place for tourism, a lot of people are gravitating towards that style, that 46 to 1960 style, as they recreate things that look like things as the way they used to look, or at least the memory of the way they used to look. Do you find this encouraging? Does this get you excited about the future of 66?
Yeah, there's so many aspects of Route 66 that are just really exciting. Consider this. This is the most popular highway in America, and it doesn't exist. This highway hasn't officially existed since 1985. It was decertified as a U.S. highway, but yet it has an international fan club. Route 66 associations in a dozen countries. And you find places like the Roadrunner Lodge in Tucumcari, New Mexico. David Brenner has taken a decrepit property and turn it into a destination by creating a near perfect 1960s, mid-1960s time capsule with a thin overlay of the modern amenities that we come to expect. And the other thing that's really exciting is the young people that's getting involved with this. You've got to be my age, right about 70, to have any kind of real association with Route 66 when it was Route 66, the main street of America. And yet you're finding people like David Brenner taking on this motel, people like Reese and Sam, his wife Sam. They are dynamic. He's the president of the Oklahoma Route 66 Association and the director, National Trust for Historic Preservation Route 66 program, and they're probably 40-ish. There's a dynamic generation that's taking on restoration of properties, utilization of Route 66 for community development and economic development, and they're setting this highway up for a great centennial celebration and ensuring its relevance, well, to the highway's bicentennial.
What is the preservation strategy here? Because you talk about the idea of states having kind of chapters of Route 66 preservation. How is that kind of, you must have tracked this too as well, and I'm setting up for what I know actually. There's some stuff in the book that you kind of dig into as well in this area too. Has there been kind of, what is the history of that? Can you kind of tell our listeners this wasn't like a grand overarching view? This was a lot of people deeply concerned about the future of the road and then finding each other and then kind of working with local municipalities, state groups, and then finally on the national level. What does this movement look like? You've mentioned there's been an injection of some youth into it, but kind of give us a sense of what these people's investment in Route 66 looks like from a civic kind of engagement.
Well, it's really fascinating. Route 66 is Michael Wallace. He was the voice of the sheriff in the movie Cars. He referred to Route 66 as a linear community. Taking that a step further, Route 66 is almost like America's longest small town. And it is a thriving, vibrant community of people that are passionate. They develop cooperative partnerships. They develop with other communities, with state and tourism offices. They show the potential for blending the past and the present, restoring a vintage gas station as an ice cream parlor and turning vintage gas pumps into EV charging stations. There's just so many aspects of this, and there's so much diversity. The story of America with its immigrants, how much they've influenced our story, that is really evident in the past, the present, and the future of Route 66. You've got places like the Ariston Cafe, was one family owned until just a year or two ago, established by Greek immigrants and then run by his son. Here's this, and then you have modern immigrants. People from Israel taking on a 1939 motel and restoring it. You have the international travelers that are infusing it with a vibrancy and an enthusiasm. And a lot of these people that are passionate see this as an incredible opportunity to infuse their community with a sense of community, a sense of community purpose. And it's got a infectious enthusiasm when you get around these people. You can't help but get excited about strange things like giant fiberglass rabbits and quirky things like attractions along the road or ghost towns or fill in the blanks.
And just so you know, by the way, we have people commenting over in the chat right now, Jim. And Paranormal Pie Man says that I love standing somewhere and imagining it in its heyday, which is kind of what we were talking about earlier from the energy. And then Trucker Bosun wants to know to you, and if you could touch on any Route 66 history involving James Dean.
I don't know of any real connections to James Dean in Route 66. But the highway has an incredible celebrity association. Just here where I live in Kingman, Arizona, as an example, we had major motion pictures filmed here since at least 1918. Harry Carey filmed Ace of the Saddle. here. We had Buster Keaton filming Go West. Clark Gable and Carol Lombard were married here in Kingman. We had TAT Airlines established a terminal here in 1928-29. Charles Lindbergh was heavily involved with that, and he and Amelia Earhart were here for the ribbon cutting. Pamela Anderson, before anybody asks, I do not have pictures. Pamela Anderson got in a little trouble here in Kingman for being topless on Route 66 during a photo shoot. Johnny Depp's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the final closing scenes in that movie were filmed at the old World War II Kingman Army Airfield along Route 66. So the celebrity association in history along Route 66 is lengthy and intense. We could even connect this highway directly to people like Louis Chevrolet and Edsel Ford.
There's something meta about the book that I think is part of the design, and you talked about the wonderful collaborators you have, and the idea that roads are not built by one person. They're not even often conceived by one person. Projects this big often have a lot of different collaborators who have to work together to figure out the different terrains and the different navigations and where the best routes are, both for wide open driving, but also a chance to stop and kind of breathe. You mentioned earlier on your collaborators, but can you kind of talk about the process of, in many ways, were you kind of functioning also as a producer in the way a movie does, where you were kind of overseeing other people's works, and or maybe like a showrunner in a television show where everybody's got their episode and you've got to make sure that they're all on the same page. Talk about how you made sure that each one of these voices was distinctive while at the same time still playing in the same sandbox of Route 66. You dig?
Yeah. I've written, this is my 23rd book project. This is the first time I did it as a collaborative effort. And not only... My pa told me it was better to fill your head with useless knowledge than no knowledge at all. And I've spent quite a bit of time collecting all these obscure things, and I love telling stories. I've been told I can tell stories for hours, even if I'm the only one in the room, and enjoy myself. But
that's all that matters.
So I surround myself with like-minded people. And when the editor approached me and asked me to do this as an anthology and pitch some names of people we can do, I had a great reserve of storytellers and people who were passionate about the American story as well as Route 66 to draw from. And like Cheryl Eicher Jett, she is an accomplished author, and she's an organizer of the Route 66 Miles of Possibility Conference, one of the founding members. Joe Sonderman was a prolific postcard collector. He's been very generous with all my books on Route 66 as far as contributing illustrations. He's involved deeply with the Missouri Route 66 Association. I mentioned Reese Martin earlier. Greg Hassman is a travel journalist based in Albuquerque. And then Dries Bessels is a good friend of mine. He's very passionate about Route 66, worked as a tour guide for many years because he's fluent in Dutch and English. And he's a founding member of the Dutch Route 66 Association and also an author. So it was great to pull these people together, compare notes, and figure out how best to tell the story of Route 66 from its prehistory through its evolution from highway to icon, and then give a glimpse at what the Renaissance means for the centennial celebrations and looking towards the bicentennial.
We're talking with Jim Hinckley, by the way, and we have somebody on the line, someone special that wants to talk to you. But you can go to JimHinckleysAmerica.com to find out more. The book Route 66, 100 Years, great Christmas gift, great stocking stuffer if you've got a really big stocking, and it looks great on a coffee table, look great on the dashboard in a truck, just reminding you what you're seeing along the way. And Jim, joining us on the phone is Dave Nemo, who is our namesake around here, radio legend Dave Nemo, who has spent a lot of time talking to drivers as they've been going down Route 66. Dave Nemo, good morning. Say hi to Jim.
Hey, Jim, good morning. I hate to break in, but I couldn't help myself. First off, I want to say that, yes, the useless stuff, that's the interesting stuff, right? I mean, people don't want to know about history. They want to know what went on behind the scenes and things like that, but that's awesome. That's awesome. But look, I was born in Joliet, Joe J., one of our listeners, was also born in Joliet, he told me. And we lived in a ramshack. I was born in 48, late December. Okay, so I'm a little boy in the 50s. And up to second grade, I lived in Joliet. But real quick, we lived in this old ramshackle house that was, I guess, turned into apartments. And I remember my mom saying that her stepfather took out 10 $1,000 bills and handed them to the guy on the sidewalk in front of the house when she was a little girl, right? Okay, so what I'm getting at is one of the apartments when I was a kid, we lived in one, and Orville and his wife lived in the other, and Orville was a guard at the prison.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah. Don't know much. I mean, I'm a little boy, right? But we all, of course, because he was a guard at the prison, we were all scared of Orville and everything. And he kind of helped that along, if you know what I mean. But, yeah, it was pretty cool. But I just had to break in and tell you that got some shared history, I guess, there with me being born in the first stop on Route 66, right?
Yeah, outside of Chicago, it's the first major stop there. You got Willowbrook and some of the others, but Joliet's the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shared history. Most everybody, my association with Route 66 dates back to 59. We made our first trip west from Virginia at that time, and my folks used to find great inopportune times to tell people that I was potty trained along the road. And so I've spent most of my life, it's kind of odd. You can almost cue the Twilight Zone music. Almost everything in my life since 59 is one way or another tied to this road. So
that is something.
One of the things I really enjoy most about this is people like yourself, talking to people, getting people to talk and listening to their stories. It's so fascinating to hear. There's so many interesting stories that's related to this road.
Yeah, and they
and we have the interstate system now. I predate that. I learned how to drive on Highway 61. As a matter of fact, that's sort of my mother road, if you will. But Route 66, to say it's legendary, to say it's part of the fabric of this country is it okay? Take it is the Oregon Trail or Route 66, right? I mean, which one is the most significant? I don't know.
Well, it depends on your vision of America. Yeah. By the way, if you tell me if you tell me it's the Oregon Trail, or if you tell me it's Route 66, it's whether you kind of see it as in the lens of the past or in kind of a go energy forward. Even though both are set so far in the past, and then there's the Donner Pass as well too. That's
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, Route 66 led directly to the Jetsons. If you really think about the progress, the connecting of the dots that could make that happen, in people's minds.
Aesthetically, it is the case.
Well,
go ahead, Jim.
I was always taught that the wheel bearing is connected to the muffler, just kind of in a roundabout way. Yeah, it's. But Route 66, like say it in Illinois, for example, it followed originally State Highway 4, which was the first state highway in Illinois that was paved from Chicago to St. Louis. It was the first paved highway, and then of course when Route 66 came in, that Illinois segment was the first state. Illinois was the first state to have Route 66 paved border to border because of State Highway 4. But State Highway 4, a lot of it was laid over the old Pontiac Trail from back pre-colonial times. The French and Indian Wars, Jesuit explorers, Native American trade route. So there's just so much history layered into this road.
By the way, we're out of time, guys.
You don't get more ancient than that, do you?
Dave, I know you can go on all morning long, and we all could, by the way. We got our next guest coming up here. Dave Nemo has joined us this morning. Jim Hinckley is here. This book is marvelous. This book is so worth checking out. Jim, Lindsay and I are going to do what we always do to everybody. We're going to get you on the air and make a promise. Promise us you'll come back and talk some more about this.
You just let me know when, and like I said, I can do this for hours and enjoy myself, even if I'm the only one in the room. And so, yeah, I love meeting people. I love telling these stories. I love inspiring people to get out and discover America on Route 66 and just get out, drive.
By the way,
you've come to the right place if you want to tell people to drive. Mr. Jim, you've come to the right place. So JimHinckley'sAmerica.com. I have several questions for you, like, which is the best vintage hotel in your opinion? So we'll have you back for at least for that lightning round. And happy holidays to you, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next time we get Jim on, Lindsay, and thank you, Dave, by the way. The next time
Thank you, Dave. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dave. Dave has left the building.
Dave has left the building.
He got his Route 66 fix, and now he's going to go get his kicks. The next time we get Jim on, we're going to actually let Jim know to help plan a trip. We're going to give Jim a couple of options if he was going to make recommendations to plan a Route 66 trip.
I want to know, like, if you're doing a solo trip, a trip with a couple, like a romantic trip, or a family trip. Those would be my three questions.
And we can just wind Jim up and say go, and like tell him we will act as a buzzer and a stopwatch and say, okay, 7 minutes up, next one. Okay, 7 minutes up, next one.
It.
I like it very much too. We got a great guest coming up next. Oh my God, I am so crazy.
I
Ready
know
for this?
him. I know him.
Oh my God, the moment in Miracle on 34th Street when the little kid speaks Dutch to Santa is one of the most amazing moments in cinema history in regards to Christmas movies. We got to get some music to get out of here. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler, as always, helps bring the life to this particular form of making a living.
Or suck it out.
15 times a day.
Depending on what my mood is. Today I'm giving life, I feel like. Today I'm a new person. I'm re-inspired. 'Tis the season. I'm excited to go to Reese next week. I'm excited. I'm excited for our listeners. I'm excited for this next guest, and we'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASE certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Whew, get us out of orbit, Madison with a T.
Get us out of orbit. That's a pretty big responsibility.
You can do it.
You can do it. Listen, really quickly, Lindsay and Dave have made numerous appearances on podcasts all across America spreading the good word. I get my shot at the title today. It won't be immediately released, but I will be joining the folks from Baseball and Barbecue today, right around 7 o'clock in the evening. We'll be recording that. We'll be talking about my grandpa, one of his best friends in the whole world, who was a 13-year major leaguer and the first manager of the Houston Colt 45s before they became the Astros, and the time that he ran off to New York with his friend Connie in order to get away from the bookies, only to win
15 times a month.
15. By the way, let me just tell you something. My grandfather had 7 kids. There's a reason why he was married for 50 years.
15 times a day,
15
Grandpa.
times a day, Grandpa. It's by the way, we are now beginning the month of December here at Road Gang Radio. Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Madison with a T joins us this morning. So thrilled to have her on the ones and the twos. As Lindsay says, don't forget we're going to have country and western music news. Some cool stuff coming from Lindsay, including Jack Kerouac inspirational stuff.
I put that one in there for you.
And by the way, there is a great poem by Jack Kerouac that I'm going to share with you, not on the air. It's too long, but I'm going to send it your way. But, we're going to be talking about some holiday movies and some holiday groovy stuff here over the course of the next month. We got a double feature coming your way really soon. But, Lindsay, I thought we would pivot. And turn to Madison, who will help us bring in our next guest.
All right, y'all. Our next guest is here to make us feel a little more festive, or at least expose how little we actually, Jim, remember about the movies that we swear we know, the movies we watch every year. And I'm so curious if the Mandela effect is going to step in and present itself here, Jim. But Neil Fisher joins us today. Jim, he's back.
He's back.
He's back. Neil Fisher, he's an award-winning filmmaker, writer, podcaster, pop culture fanatic like us. He's the author of the Christmas Movie Ultimate Trivia Book, which is basically, Jim, like the Super Bowl for people who can quote Cousin Eddie and Buddy the Elf and Hugh Grant coming down the staircase. This is their Super Bowl moment, I feel like. Agree?
You think I'm ordering a pizza here, lady? Come down here. I can't say the curse words. Come down here and arrest me. That's my Christmas movie quote. There you go.
I wonder if you said it exactly right. So Neil, he's a walking encyclopedia of holiday movies. Everything from the classics to the obscure that is only on at 2 a.m., on Hallmark in the middle of the night, which there are people who watch those too, guys. Those people need love too.
I call it narrative Yule log, by the way. That's what I call those Hallmark movies. Something you put on in the background while you make cookies because the plots are so simple and clean. You know what's going on and you can check in.
That's what I do when you call me. I call you that. I just put you on speaker and I walk away and make cookies. Okay, we're personally, by the way, my Holy Trinity, Jim, I don't know about you. My Holy Trinity is a Christmas Vacation, Elf, and Love Actually. And if we have time, I sneak in a little Family Stone because that movie is basically like therapy designed as a Christmas present. And that's what I think. I need to watch it again this year. It's probably a good time for it. But everybody, please make welcome back to the show. We had so much fun with this guest a couple months ago that we made him promise on air like we do. We like to kidnap people when they're on the air and say, please say you will come back around Christmas time. And he is here. Ask and you shall receive. Everybody, please make welcome to the show our returning friend, soon to be yours, Neil Fisher. Good morning and welcome back, friend.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I feel like I'm ready to be kidnapped like the ref, for Christmas season by you guys. So I'm happy to be here. And I was listening to your discussion too. You're talking about Miracle on 34th Street, that wonderful moment with the Dutch, and it's fun. That actress Mary Field didn't know Dutch, and she learned all of her lines along with Edmund Gwenn phonetically. So they did a very convincing job, I thought.
Neil, I have to tell you, too, I finally got a chance to watch the sequence and watch what they're saying, to watch it with subtitles. Oh, my God. I thought the moment wrecked me already. Knowing what they're actually saying just killed me inside. I'm like, it could not have gotten any more, It's a Wonderful Life, punch you in the absolute gut moment. I had no idea. I just thought, oh, that's sweet. They're both talking Dutch. That's really moving. But why the woman who's in line with her, who speaks Dutch, who understands what they're saying, why she looks so wrecked in that moment isn't just because the little girl is happy. It's this amazing moment where the little girl says, I don't want anything for Christmas except for this wonderful woman and her husband to adopt me. And I was like, oh, my God. It's just like it wrecks you, and it's the best Twilight Zone twist ending of all time of any Christmas movie. I think better than even It's a Wonderful Life and the end of A Christmas Carol. That's just my take. How did you fall in love with Christmas movies? Your turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, just speaking on that one too, very quickly. I mean, just a great movie, what a classic, and Edmund Gwenn, who plays Santa Claus, the only person ever to be nominated for an Oscar for playing Santa, and he actually appeared as Santa in the Macy's Day Parade the year before the movie came out. So they're actually filming at the real Macy's Day Parade, and it was so cold that all their cameras started freezing, so they basically only got one take of every shot that they did, and the actors were kind of miserable. But it's just kind of a fun fact when you're watching it now to know that he was actually what people saw in the parade. But yeah, I got obsessed with Christmas movies just, from my family, my mom and dad kind of instilling the Christmas spirit in us. My mom would always go and, try to get the new toy, whether it was the Power Rangers or, whatever else it might be, Furby, things like that. And she'd go wait in line and fight over, different toys with people. But watched Christmas movies since I was a kid. And, we always were so excited to get up Christmas morning to come down. We had our presents from our family. And then there was always, one that, now, of course, it's a little bit funnier thinking of it, but there'd be a big present with, from Santa written in Sharpie. When I was like, oh, well, Santa doesn't have a lot of time. He's got to write everything with Sharpie because he's going around house to house. So, yeah, I just fell in love with Christmas movies and just have a stable that I watch every year. And this book was such a great opportunity to kind of take the whole month of December when I wrote it. And my wife and I would sit down. We watched, 4 or 5 Christmas movies. I'd write questions while we were watching them. And it was a great way to go through the whole catalog of all the great movies.
But to you, okay, because there's the ongoing debate of how soon is too soon to start a Christmas movie. I feel like it's after Thanksgiving. That's sort of the obligatory answer. But also my friend starts decorating literally in August for Christmas. And so how does your household, you said you and your wife did this book, so how do y'all celebrate Christmas? When do the decorations go up? And when are you allowed to watch the first movie? Or can you watch Christmas movies all year long?
Yeah, I mean, I think to answer the latter part of the question, there's nothing wrong with watching Christmas movies all year long, especially ones that kind of toe the line between genres, really. Like, Love Actually is one of my favorite movies, but it also happens to be one of the best romantic comedies of all time. So you can watch that one anytime. And The Holiday, too, another great romantic comedy, and one that, it could be a Thanksgiving movie, it could be a summer movie, doesn't really matter. It just gives you that sort of Christmas spirit, winter spirit. But yeah, for me, we have Thanksgiving. We normally try and go see a movie in the theater on Thanksgiving night as one of our traditions. Doesn't necessarily have to be a holiday movie. And then I kind of put everything up, the day after Thanksgiving, and we go till after New Year's. Really, my birthday is New Year's Day, so we kind of go through New Year's and slowly take down the decorations after the holiday.
Does it make you sad? Are you depressed when that happens? Or are you ready to get to the next?
No, I mean, I love Christmas. I think, when I was a teenager, one of my favorite traditions was, going in the car when it was really cold, throwing on Christmas music, getting an icy from 7-Eleven and going to look at all the Christmas lights around town and driving to different towns to see who had the best lights and who went all out. I feel like people are doing it less and less now, that is the sad part for me. Like I see less and less lights, and it's not as festive as it used to be, in my opinion. But that's what the movies are for, and so it's great to find new ones, new gems that I haven't seen before that are coming out, but also rewatch the classics like you were both talking about.
I had something that actually I started thinking about as I started going through the book, and I realized, I had to check it. Love Actually does make money at the movie theaters. It actually does do pretty decent, good box office, especially given how well controlled the budget is. But there's a real history of a lot of Christmas movies. It's a Wonderful Life comes to mind. Equally up there is A Christmas Story, where the films, and there might be some more too, and I like to kind of dig into this, that television really has benefited a lot of these great movies in the sense that It's a Wonderful Life doesn't break even. Only person that made money on It's a Wonderful Life is Jimmy Stewart because of that unique contract that he has. Everybody else, it just doesn't do the business, and it doesn't get the reviews that it now gets today. Christmas Story is the same way. And there are a couple of other movies, too, that have become Christmas classics that did only okay or not well at all. Why do you think that is? Do you have a theory on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a Wonderful Life specifically. I could talk about that one a lot. It was such a weird time. That one, it was right after the war. Jimmy Stewart, a lot of people may not know that he was a bomber pilot in the war. He went on about 20 missions. He lost a lot of men in the war. So he kind of came back shell-shocked after World War II, and no one really wanted to hire him because he was suffering from PTSD. It wasn't called that at the time, but he was having a lot of trouble. But Frank Capra was a friend of his, and they wanted to do this project together. So, you know, they did this sort of cathartic movie together. And Frank Capra actually lost like $500,000 on It's a Wonderful Life because, like you said, it did not do well at the box office. Maybe people weren't ready for this type of movie. I mean, it was a little bit darker than a lot of Christmas movies as far as this character kind of going through, you know, questioning his life and everything. And what really saved It's a Wonderful Life was between 1974 and 1994, the copyright had run out. So anyone was free to broadcast the movie. So people started putting it on TV. Local stations could afford, because it was free, to air it whenever they wanted. So that's when we started noticing, hey, It's a Wonderful Life is always on TV. I'm seeing it everywhere. And they kind of even do a little nod to that in Home Alone, where the family's always watching it all around the world. But then it started gaining a new audience and became a classic. And I think, you know, when it comes to Christmas movies in general, some of them try and go for those big hits, you know, like Red One with The Rock, where they're like, oh, it's a Christmas movie. Of course people are going to come out. It's going to make millions and millions of dollars. But that doesn't necessarily, you know, mean that that's going to happen. And I think what sets the movies apart that do pick up box office or fans is really the subject matter. It's got to have, you know, the different elements. I think I even mentioned in the book, you know, it's got to have sort of like those warm and fuzzy elements. It's got to have a good message, you know, maybe like family coming together, people trying to help someone else. It has, you know, quotability, rewatchability. And I think, you know, only a certain number of movies have that. But It's a Wonderful Life, certainly the reason it's become one of the best is just because of the artisans behind it. I mean, Frank Capra, Jimmy Stewart, you can't really beat it.
Neil, if you're looking for any last-minute gift ideas for me, I have one. I'd like Frank Shirley, my boss, right here tonight. I want him brought from his happy holiday slumber over there on Medley Lane. And I want to tell him that he's anyway, I could go on. So this is one of the best scenes, and as legend has it, Chevy Chase improvised from Christmas Vacation that at least half of the meltdown scene over there. Is that Christmas folklore at this point, or is that true? Because obviously John Hughes wrote this. So how much is John Hughes writing it and Chevy Chase improvising that scene?
Yeah, so that's a fun movie. I mean, obviously being from Chicago, you know, have to watch that one every year. And that's, you know, just a really fun, they don't really have a Christmas comedy like that anymore that kind of gets a little bit dirty, you know. So I really love that one. But to answer your question, first of all, John Hughes, like you said, wrote the film. Originally, it was supposed to be directed by Christopher Columbus, who directed Home Alone. But after he dealt with Chevy Chase for a little bit, he said, I can't work with Chevy Chase. He drives me nuts. So he quit. So he did Home Alone instead. But that scene in particular they're talking about, not improvised by Chevy Chase. In actuality, if you watch that scene when he starts having his meltdown, he's kind of like looking to his left, he's looking to his right, looking forward. He had cue cards with different cue words and lines on pieces of paper that were on like, you know, easels or people in front of him. And he's trying to like find all the little things like Tylenol and all the things that he's saying. So he's actually kind of pulling, like an SNL sketch. He's kind of pulling from things on the wall or on pieces of paper or cardboard to get that line.
Well, real quick though, speaking of Saturday Night Live, because you mentioned that Christopher Columbus not wanting to work with them, and we've watched the Saturday Night Live. We see how Chevy Chase is portrayed in the original, the very first episode of that. And what, in your opinion, why is Chevy so lovable when we all pretty much know that he's not behind the scenes, but he's able to really balance it, especially in that movie. You love him, I guess, because he just wants it to be so perfect amidst all the chaos. In your opinion, how does Chevy Chase balance being lovable when he's really just kind of not?
Yeah, that's like really the magic sauce there. I mean, him and Bill Murray always have kind of had like a little bit of a reputation where, you know, Bill Murray might just kind of improv, not even do the script. And then the production company is like, hey, you know, we want you to follow the script here. And he kind of does his own thing. And Chevy Chase is kind of known as being that way. I think, you know, there's a few movies, and he's been in a lot of hits, but there's a lot of actors that this happens to, where you just have sort of this perfect storm of, you know, you get a director that either kind of acquiesces to the actor, or they kind of push them a little bit, and the subject matter, the script really helps. And I think in this case, though, the script is really good. I mean, John Hughes is such a classic writer, and I think I was talking about this with a friend the other day, and it's kind of like a separate conversation, but I feel like, you know, pre-2010, you know, even going all the way back to the beginning of film, we didn't really know too much about actors. You know, I mean, there were tabloids in the 40s and the 50s with Cary Grant and things like that, but we didn't know a lot about actors. There wasn't social media. They weren't constantly on the marketing train, getting interviewed all the time. And so there was sort of that, plausible deniability a little bit, like, oh, Chevy Chase, maybe he's difficult, but he's so funny in these movies. I love him in these movies and he's endearing. Like, that's all I care about. But now we know everything about every actor, what their opinion is, what they're doing on social media, where they're at, what coffee they're drinking. And so kind of takes a little bit of that mystique away. And maybe that's part of it, because all of the stuff that kind of came out with him with Community was more modern. So I think that maybe, might have played a role.
By the way, guys, I love this book, both its layout and it's really, really fun, but it's for movie buffs as well. I don't think that it's like, the easiest question in the world, like what does Jimmy Stewart find in his pocket after he realizes that his mouth is still bleeding during It's a Wonderful Life. Most people know it's Zuzu Petals. Here's a couple of versions of this is an easy one, as a matter of fact. This version of Dickens' classic takes some liberties with the original story by creating a plot line suggesting Scrooge resents his nephew, Fred, for what reason? A, Fred loves Christmas. B, Fred doesn't respect his mother's memory. C, Fred never accepted his offer to work for him. Scrooge's sister, Fan, died while giving birth to Fred. And like I said, I can go through a couple of these. You didn't want to you make them possible, but they're not easy. I mean, was that part of the challenge, too? You wanted to make sure that people understood you got to really watch these movies and dig in, correct? Did I lose him? Neil?
Oh, sorry about that.
That's
I tried to format it where you had the book, you sat in front of the TV. You could either watch the movie and then take the quiz right after it, or maybe like yourselves, both of you, you're big fans of Christmas movies. Maybe you just pull it out right away and say, hey, here's a random question. Do you think you can answer it? And my goal was try and read the question without the multiple choice, see if you can get that sort of like the expert level, and then I threw the multiple choice in there just for fun, and also my family plays with it during Christmas, and it's fun to to kind of involve the family, especially kids who may have not seen a lot of these movies, and getting them to watch Alistair Sim from 1951 it might sound like a stretch now, but hey, we're going to play a game after it, and then of course they see a classic, and then hopefully it becomes a beloved classic for them as well.
I mentioned. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go.
No, I mentioned the Mandela effect at the beginning when we were entering, bringing you on, and I do it a lot where I'll swear that I have something actually right in a movie, go back and watch it, and I couldn't be more wrong. But are there movies, or which movie has the biggest kind of mythology or Mandela effect, maybe trivia around it, like things that people swear happened but didn't? Do you see that happen ever?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think you guys always have the best questions, by the way. I think, I think Nightmare Before Christmas is probably the number one that I think of, because if you ever ask anyone, hey, do you like Nightmare Before Christmas? They'll say, oh, yeah, that's my favorite Tim Burton movie. Well, it's not Tim Burton's movie. He didn't direct it. He just produced it. His friend, Henry Selick, is the director of the film, who also directed Coraline. And so there's a lot of just fun lore about that movie, and the fact that people assume it's Tim Burton because it's his aesthetic. And also, even in the book, you'll see the way that it has to be presented by Disney is it has to be Disney, Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas contractually. So, of course, you're thinking, of course, it's Tim Burton's movie. So I think that one probably has the most lore, and I think most people get that one wrong. And I mean, it's understandable. It looks like any Tim Burton movie, but I always feel bad for Henry Selick because he's such a great filmmaker, and he never really gets his due.
Although, don't get me started on Coraline. That's the most messed up piece of art I've ever seen in my life. I had to go watch it with my child. I did not sleep. Not okay. Not okay. Just saying. That's my hot take.
By the way, it's not really comparable, but it's like everybody thinks that Howard Hawks directed The Thing from Another World when it was actually Christian Nibby. You can never get a break in Hollywood. I also love the fact that you have a rating meter where you have a cheerometer for the Christmas spirit, the warm tingles, and the timelessness. And I'm going to say this right now. I like so many versions of A Christmas Carol, but I have to tell you, and I want to know your favorite Scrooge. My favorite Scrooge is actually Michael Caine, because he gives the performance of a lifetime surrounded by nothing but puppets, and I don't know how he does it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's great, isn't it?
Unbelievable performance, and he's so good in that movie. When he was cast, he told the director, "Hey, I'm gonna treat this like a Shakespearean play where I'm just gonna be completely straight." There's actually some great little moments in that movie too. Like if you watch at the end, it's like sort of the last song when he's got his scarf and he's happy and they're in the middle of the town. If you look in the back, there's a shop called Micklewhite's, because Michael Caine's actual name is Mick Micklewhite, Maurice Micklewhite, excuse me. So you can see a little nod to his real name behind there. But yeah, that one's such a classic. It's probably the most accurate version of A Christmas Carol, believe it or not. George Carlin was actually considered to be Ebenezer Scrooge along with some other English actors, but Michael Caine kind of won that over. And then there's just like great physical effects too. Like when you see the Ghost of Christmas Past, anytime you watch that effect, it's actually it's a puppeteered puppet with clear plastic rods in a water tank. So they're actually filming that puppet in a water tank, which is really cool. But as far as Scrooge, I think, you know, my dad's favorite is the Alistair Sim one we were just talking about from 1951, which is always on. That's like a really big classic one. You know, a lot of people love the Bill Murray Scrooge one. I think Spirited with Will Ferrell is a really cute movie, but I might have to give you the same nod that A Muppet Christmas Carol might have to be the best one. I know it's I guess technically a kid's movie, but it does such a great job with the story. It's a perfect one to show anyone who's never heard of the story before, and you can't really go wrong with that.
2 elf questions here, and you can answer them in any order you want, but we can't not talk elf, of course. And I'm wondering, first of all, is there any sort of wild behind-the-scenes story about Will Ferrell running around New York in that costume? But also, were there any actors originally considered that you know of for Buddy the Elf that would have completely changed? I mean, I think anybody changes the movie if it's not Will Ferrell. But is there anybody that, in your opinion, would have worked as well for Buddy the Elf, or is Elf because of Will Ferrell?
Elf surely is Elf because of Will Ferrell, but Jim Carrey was attached to it, who's one of my favorite actors of all time. I think he would have had the childlike quality to really make that one sing. And just a very quick aside with Jim Carrey, if anyone loves The Grinch, my favorite fact about The Grinch is that, he actually auditioned for The Grinch in front of Dr. Seuss's widow in character as Andy Kaufman, because he was filming Man on the Moon. He did not break character. So he was playing Andy Kaufman, auditioning to play the Grinch, and she thought he was just crazy enough to play the Grinch, so that's why he got cast. So
let's see.
Just a crazy fact.
So it was Jim Carrey playing Andy Kaufman playing the Grinch.
Yes, in his audition.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit.
It does.
So yeah, is there any? Do you know of any sort of behind the scenes with Will Ferrell? Because he's literally in New York running around in that elf costume. Do you know any behind the scenes of that?
Yeah, my favorite one is when he's kind of running around. He kind of points at this one guy in a red sweatsuit, and he's like, "Santa, Santa," and it's just like in the middle of the street. That's actually just a random guy who happened to be walking in New York wearing a fully red sweatsuit and had a beard. So that one's a really great moment that made it into the film. And just, a lot of these movies, despite them kind of seeming big now, or as you both were talking about, like maybe they didn't have a big budget, maybe they did. This one, didn't necessarily have a huge budget, and they did a lot of run and gun filmmaking in New York City where they didn't really get permission, or they would go, in the Lincoln Tunnel where cars would drive by, and actually people did stop and point and yell Will Ferrell and things like that because they weren't planned, so they didn't close down the road. So a lot of the film was shot on the go, and that's what kind of I think makes it special and kind of gives it that X factor that a lot of Christmas movies don't have.
Mm-hmm. One of the things the book reminded me of is how many quality horror movies there are that are actually set at Christmas. I mean, good stuff too. And you also point out in one of the pop-ups alongside of it, in one of the minor discussions, that Bob Clark, who directed A Christmas Story that has been overplayed and replayed and gotten good again, seeing it for the first time, actually directed one of the scariest, most gruesome Christmas movies as well, right?
That's right. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Bob Clark not only directed Porky's, very influential comedy, directed Christmas
Another
Story,
great
but,
Christmas
he
movie.
Another great Christmas movie, yes. He directed Black Christmas, which is, one of the original sort of slasher movies, one of the kind of kicked off the slasher genre, and just kind of cool. If you take a weekend and you're like, hey, I'm going to watch A Christmas Story and I'm going to watch Black Christmas from the same director, completely different vibes, and really cool to see a filmmaker kind of do that. And that kind of carries over with the horror genre into the action genre too. There was one actually section that got cut from the book that I was really excited about, which is there's, the famous writer Shane Black, who did Lethal Weapon and The Nice Guys, just a great Hollywood writer. All of his Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, all of his movies take place at Christmas, and he's very conscious about putting Christmas into his movies, and that section ended up getting cut. But
I saw it. We got the
just loved
PDF.
Christmas.
Dude, I saw it. I got that. We got that in our book. In the version that we got, the Shane Black guys, the Shane Black
good.
shout out is there. It's really, I'm like going, that's like one of the coolest gets. I love that. A lot of people don't know that. All the Shane Black scripts are set at Christmas. It's crazy.
That's right.
It's crazy. I have one question for you really quick before we run out of time, and then Lindsay will probably have one too. What is a truly great scene in an otherwise average Christmas movie? One that is actually a terrific, captures the spirit, gets everything right in an otherwise sort of meh movie.
Oh, wow. In an otherwise mess movie?
No, meh. Yeah, sort of kind of middling or okay movie. I can give you an example if you want me to show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah, give me an example first. Yeah.
In Santa Claus 2, the moment where he actually, where they go to the parent teacher party at the as the date of the principal and how lame things are, when he actually goes backstage and uses Christmas magic to give everybody there the childhood toy they never got when they were growing up as kids, is really deeply moving. It's because the way she looks at him during that sequence, we watch her heart thaw. For me, it's a great scene, and an otherwise kind of okay movie.
Yeah, that's a really great point there. And we watch those Santa Claus movies every year because I'm a huge fan of the original. It's probably might be my favorite one that I watch every year. Here I'm going to give you kind of a hot take, and I think hopefully no one will get offended by this, but I included this movie in the book because of how iconic it is, despite the fact that only 20 minutes of this movie are Christmas. So really, it's not a Christmas movie, but I included it because of what it did and what it influenced. And I will say, Meet Me in St. Louis, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas, because most of that movie is not Christmas. It's not particularly interesting. It's sort of a period piece and goes through Halloween and things like that. But the fact that we got Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas and Judy Garland singing so beautifully, that is such a heartwarming moment in a movie that isn't really technically, a Christmas movie, to be honest, but we have to include it because of how influential it is.
Neil E. Fisher. You can go to Neil, NEALEFISCHER.com. Find more about all his work, but this one in particular, Christmas Movie Ultimate Trivia Book. Such a fun book. Perfect for this time of year. Neil, I'm going to guess this gets whipped out at parties for you. I'm certainly going to whip it out at a Christmas party that I'm going to. So I'm sure you're everybody's favorite party trick, and we love having you on, and we'll kidnap you and have you again sometime if you'll have us.
Yes, have me anytime you want. I'll talk about whatever you want, and I have the rom-com trivia books. So you're gonna have to invite me back for Valentine's Day for some treats and some Valentines. So.
Done. And we can, we can hit Love Actually at Valentine's as well, as a matter of fact, and the holiday. So those ones hold up after Christmas.
Let's paraphrase and go get the shit kicked out of us by Christmas.
Yeah,
that's
baby.
what I want to say. Thank
There
you,
you
Neil.
go.
Always love having you, man.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I love being here, guys. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas, friend.
Hit that musicola, would you, for me? Pour a little musicola so we can actually enjoy the country and western music news. Lindsay Lawler's country and western music news is coming up, along with Trucking with Oida. Good God Almighty, Lindsay Lawler is just magnificent. I just want to say that. Wonderful. The best.
You can say it again.
Magnifique. Outstanding. Outrageous and righteous all at the same time.
That's enough.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple Act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
Whoa, Nelly.
Ooh, I felt that. I felt that in my loins.
Ooh, let me tell you, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, Madison with a T and Lindsay Lawler with a double L. Felt that
15
times. 15 times.
In your prostate, Lindsay?
I felt it deep down in my prostate. Yes, I did.
Wait.
This is a safe space.
Lindsay, if you have one of those, we need to have a bit of a conversation, by the way. I just want to kind of point this out.
What do you mean?
This is the time of year when things normally pick up. But as you probably have noticed, you're out there on the road. Some of you are doing well because you have your regular routes. And I'm, by the way, really happy for you, by the way. If you've got a stable, ongoing income out there in this economy, we are rooting for you, and hopefully you will help the rest of us find the way home. But as you probably noticed, many of you, the bump we normally have around Christmas isn't the bump we're currently having. Carter Veith, who's a research analyst for ACT Research, explains what's happening out there before expressing some cautious optimism about a recovery in 2026. Plus, our good friends Ashley and Scott are going to be checking in with Natalie Garrett on the Indiana DOT's plan to add more than 1,200 parking spaces across the state. Big push for parking, folks, headed your way. And also heading your way, truck driver Carissa Johnson shares how she won a recipe contest cooking in the cab. All of that is part of Trucking with Oida with our friends Scott and Ashley, coming up immediately after country and western music news.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
He's here, man. You see that, Madison? She's here. And we're excited about it.
Oh, hi.
Her and her loins.
Me and my prostate and my loins. Because I celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
I celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Well, welcome back to your country and western music news, where we 15 times a day celebrate you out there. But it is country and western music news because, let's be honest, Jim, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
And Madison, on this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
That's right. On this show we celebrate the Grand Ole Opry. On this show, we celebrate Vince Gill. All right, Jem, let's start with something very timeless because the Grand Ole Opry, so they've been celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Opry all year, all 2025. We've been celebrating it. It's a whole century of country music history, and they kept the party going this past Friday night, Jem, with Vince Gill. He stepped on stage. What does he not do, by the way? He stepped on stage to announce the greatest country song of all time. Now, fans voted, the fans picked, and it came as no shock to me. This obviously comes down to opinion, but in all of the country, and the Grand Ole Opry backed it up. The fans voted, Grand Ole Opry put their say in, and they agreed. Jim, what if you had to venture a guess what the greatest country song of all time is? I'm guessing you're not going to say it's anything by Morgan Wallen.
Well, the thing is, it would probably
Let's start with artists. Do you think it's a male or female? Let's start there.
I would actually make it a toss-up between, I think, probably either like Loretta Young, Tammy Wynette, Dolly
Lynn,
Parton.
you mean?
Loretta Lynn, yeah. Loretta
Okay,
Young.
I'll say this. It's not a woman, so now pick male.
Okay, well, it's either Waylon Jennings or George Jones is who I would guess.
Okay, the latter.
Oh, wow.
George Jones.
Oh, wow. I don't know enough George Jones songs. I just know that he's really popular for a long period of time back there at the Grand Ole Opry. I don't know enough titles. I don't know enough titles.
Fair enough. If anyone over in the chat can get it, I'm going to give you 20 seconds before I say it. So again, fans voted. They picked. It's a George Jones song. It's like the Mount Rushmore of country music. You've got 10 seconds. No, you've got 5 seconds to get to it. Anybody? He stopped loving her today.
Wow. I actually
the
know that
greatest
song.
country song of all time. Per the Opry and per fans. He Stopped Loving Her Today by George Jones. Do you know that song?
I do know that song, and that makes sense, actually, because I was actually, when I was trying to figure out whether it'd be a trick question in there or something about the idea that a woman would somehow sneak over the fence to spite, I just kept thinking about the heyday of the Opry, and I kept thinking about those times I got to see it on TV or footage from it. It was always George Jones or Waylon Jennings or, somebody from, one of those guys. And, I thought maybe Tom T. Hall, but, it just,
George Jones, man. George Jones.
Conway Twitty came to mind, too.
Yeah, Marshall Platter was typing. He stopped because then he heard us saying it. But yes, you got it right, Marshall Platter. So Vince Gill, he jokes as he walks up to the mic on the Grand Ole Opry, by the way, on Friday, and he says, and I quote, "No pressure, just singing the most popular song of all time. Thanks a million." Classic Vince. He even added, he said, "They asked me because I'll do anything. I ain't scared of nothing." And that's true. We literally see Vince Gill everywhere these days around Christmas. He and his wife Amy Grant do every year at the Ryman. They do a whole Christmas show that's amazing. It's really Amy's show, and of course Vince shows up because he shows up everywhere. But can you imagine being handed that assignment, Jim? Hey buddy, go sing the most sacred heartbreak anthem of all time in the Opry House during the 100th anniversary. No big deal. That's as of all the things Vince does, that probably is one of those for the records.
Oh, yeah. That's right up there with, by the way, the national anthem for Game 1 of the World Series, the Super Bowl, and the NBA Finals. You're doing all of them this year. That's about the level of stakes we're talking about.
And he nailed it, of course, surprising to no one. And fans lost it online. They all thought it was a beautiful rendition. If you get a chance, go Google Vince Gill, He Stopped Loving Her Today at Opry 100th celebration. Vince can do no wrong.
There's a phrase I really love that kind of explains people who can do that. It's either 3 o'clock in the morning courage, or I like to say the moment he seemed to have been built for his entire life. They're just people who when the fate
and I call it sweatpant courage, is what I'm going to say, because Vince Gill, he will, by the way, with the Time Jumpers who he's played with over here at the legendary Station Inn, he'll show up. I've seen him show up literally in sweatpants and hop up on stage, and it doesn't matter. And not in that kind of not what we talk about with, don't put on your sweatpants and your flip-flops, dress the part. It's more in a hey, I just left my house really quickly because I had to be here because this moment was important. Not in a I'm a lazy kind of guy kind of way. Quite the exact opposite. I just left. The house was on fire, but I had to come sing for you right now in this moment. Oh my gosh, I'm still wearing my sweatpants. That kind of vibe.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, 3 o'clock in the morning courage is called the rarest and most difficult kind. It's sweatpant courage, what you just said.
Sweatpant courage.
Unprepared courage, or 4 a.m. courage, the ability to remain calm, focused, and make sound decisions when faced with an unexpected and dire emergency in the quiet, dark hours of the night. See you out there. Is Vince Gill coming? We got a chance.
I see his sweatpants coming. So here's the thing about that song, Jim. So its legacy is kind of unsurpassed. So it hit number 1. It won George Jones a Grammy. It got enshrined in the Library of Congress in 2008, and Rolling Stone put it on their 500 greatest songs of all time list. George recorded it for his I Am What I Am album, and as much as he charted over 160 singles, by the way, this is the one that glued itself to, country music forever. George Jones passed back in 2013. He was 81 years old, but He Stopped Loving Her Today. It's one of those songs that it refuses to age. And Jim, when you think greatest country song ever, is this your pick? Probably not, because you don't know it well enough, but is there another one? I know you're not huge. You're starting to dive more and more into country and old school. Is there a song to you that stands out that maybe you would put on when you want to think about a tear in your beer? Your non-alcoholic beer.
Wichita Lineman, by the way, for me, just lands like a ton of bricks. I have the same watching. I felt like the first time I really fell in love with Chris Christopherson was watching him watch Glenn Campbell play it at this kind of symposium conversation. This is a long time ago. I remember him and I'm thinking I'm a fool. Why am I tearing up during this? And they cut over to Christopherson, and he's just like, oh my God, he's wrecked. he's wrecked. And that comes to mind very much so. Walk the Line comes to mind for me. But that's
mine is always on my mind, and I don't even really know why. But I sing Always on My Mind. I've sang it to my daughter as a baby, and I want it at my funeral. I hope I'm around. I'm there to hear it though at my funeral too. And that song was not written, by the way, by Willie Nelson. It was written by a guy named Wayne Carson, along with Johnny Christopher and Mark James. One of those guys used to live in my neighborhood, by the way. And that was recorded back in 1972, and it's, Elvis Presley and Willie, of course, made it the most famous. But there's something, it's funny, Jim, my daughter Freya will request it in the song. She'll say, can you play the sad piano song? And she means Always on My Mind, because that, the piano that starts off on Always on My Mind, it just, the minute you hear it, it just screams heartbreak. I don't even have to know what he's about to say next, but you hear that piano and you're just immediately go to heartbreak. And that's just something I don't know. They don't produce that heartbreak kind of sound anymore in Nashville that I've heard. There's certainly sad songs. Yeah, but it's also I don't know. There was a different, Nashville is dark. I think Broadway, I think Music Row is dark. There's dark vibes these days, but there's not the ache and the hard working man sadness that falls on the guitar strings anymore. We can write about it in the past after hearing stories, but we're not living that. We're not living what these guys were living back then. Let's be honest.
The other thing is too, and I'd like your take on this, is that because of sobriety to some degree, but also because of the way tax structures have changed and all that kind of stuff, that once you actually make it, unless you're stupid, you've made it. There are terrible exceptions, people who have addiction problems, one of which we've been talking about the last couple of weeks on the show. But once you get a really good career as a songwriter going, once you get some notoriety, at that point you have to blow it, I think, to a large degree. Whereas these people, you could write a couple of hit songs and then end up selling insurance a couple of years later. Don't ever forget that
there's so many Nashville musicians and writers who are also realtors.
Right, and that's what. But the thing is, it was worse than that. We always make the joke about what happened with baseball and football. Really, is the Reagan tax cut of 1980 happened with music too? Because here's the deal, man. People went home. Baseball players, except for like DiMaggio or Babe Ruth or Mickey Mantle, they went home for the off season, and many of them had jobs at car dealerships. The great joke was if you were in the front row of a baseball stadium, the person playing first base made the same amount of money as you did. That's just the reality of it. And there were times people would go see stuff like, Charlie Daniels owes his fortune to the fact that he toured like a crazy person. He figured that out. But, dude, people were middle class in the 70s while still being successful performers for a long time. There's no breakthrough. And so you had that edge of like, I've got to keep making that money. I've got to keep, life is hard. I don't have an entourage. I don't have a posse. I just have me and my wife and my kids and my band. And that's it. So that's just kind of my take on it.
Different times. Can
I say one other thing, too, about Willie? I told you this. When Redford died, I played My Heroes Have Always Been Cowboys. God, that wrecked me, listening to that after Bob Redford died. Ooh. I call him Bob, friend of mine.
Bob. Yeah, you guys are tight.
Yeah.
He visits you still. Yeah. All right, Jim, here's a little piece of country music history that hits today's date. So back in 1954, there's a guy named Fred Rose. And he passed away. He was only 56 years old, by the way. I believe these stories are important to talk about people that you don't know out there. You just listen to your music passively, and that's okay. That's what they intended it for you to do, but it's nice to know kind of, what goes into it, how the sausage gets made. So this man shaped Nashville in a lot of ways that most fans don't even realize. Before he was the publishing giant that we in Nashville think of today. This guy, Fred Rose, he was literally a kid playing piano in clubs to help support his family. There you go, back to what you're talking about. He moved to Chicago as a teenager. He was writing jazz and pop hits back in the 1920s, long before he ever stepped into country music. But Fred Rose, then in the late 30s, he landed at WSM here in Nashville, which led him straight into the Grand Ole Opry world. And then, of course, into forming Acuff Rose Music. When we hear Roy Acuff, the Rose, and Acuff Rose is Fred Rose. With Roy Acuff, they in the early 40s. So, Jim, can you imagine Nashville without Acuff Rose? No, you can't, because it wouldn't exist. That's like, country without country. I don't know. So Fred Rose, he was the guy who believed in Hank Williams early on. Everybody had somebody behind him. You don't just show up on the scene. This is the guy that believed in Hank Williams early on. He got Hank his record deal. He produced most of Hank's work, and he wrote with him. Together they gave us I'll Never Get Out of This World Alive, and even Set in the Woods on Fire. And don't forget, by the way, Fred Rose also wrote Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, which Willie Nelson later turned into, of course, a career-defining moment. Willie did not write that, though. Fred Rose is in the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame, and he was one of the first ever inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. And the list of artists who recorded his songs is Porter Wagner, George Jones, Bob Wills, Dottie West, Marty Robbins, Asleep at the Wheel, on and on we go. So, Jim, when you think of these foundational Nashville people, which you're starting to learn more about, have you heard of Fred Rose?
No, and I'm actually digging in now. I'm excited. I'm excited to be a part of this. I like.
But
this
it's
kind
fun
of thing.
it's so. What's cool, I'm going to say about Willie Nelson, because a lot of people we're back to where people are writing their music. We kind of 80s and 90s people wrote less of it, like Garth Brooks and massive hits that he didn't write. We're back to where people are writing their own music because they're less and less getting schooled on what they can and can't do. A lot of people are young, especially the younger generations, are finding their fame through TikTok and online. And so they're able to record what they want. People find them in their own way, so they are writing their songs. But a lot of Willie songs, Willie didn't write. But then also, he wrote for other people. He would cut other people's songs, and other people would cut his songs. And it was a real trade that went on. But I just encourage you, if you're listening to, if there's a song you love, just Google who wrote it. A lot of the times it might not be you're the artist, but you can also then see, then what else did that person write? It's a fun kind of rabbit hole to go down and be like, oh, I didn't know this person's name. Now let me see what else they wrote. And it opens you up to, if I like that song, maybe I'll like this song. So I encourage you to do that. By you, I mean anybody listening. And you, Jim.
I love this kind of stuff, and I'm actually really excited. One of the things that I've made a promise to myself in the new year was, as I kind of dive back in through this stuff, I found more and more stuff that I like, and that's opened up a whole bunch of other doors for me in regards to listening to bands that I do like that kind of get close to country and western, but are someplace a little bit like, I don't know if people know this, but the Eagles, when they first started, were considered country and western, and so were the Atlanta Rhythm Aces, both of whom I adore. But I always look at the backup musicians in there, other people that played with them, their connections, and kind of deep dive and study those as well too. Really excited about it. That's one of my projects for the new year, to get more into this stuff. I love learning new things, and this stuff is groovy.
Well, and I like getting a lot of these older. My friend David Malloy, and they're not this old, but like Marcus Hummon, they wrote a lot of those hits that came out in the 80s and 90s. They will both be on We Should Write Soon as well. So these are the kind of people that the writers the stories behind the songs that not everybody knows that I love diving into. All right, Jim, moving on. This story is really on brand for both Zach Bryan, and it made me think of you. Which is why I pulled this one. So everyone's been talking about Zach Bryan he's had a beef, I guess, with Gavin Adcock. I don't care. He's in the news. Zach Bryan is for relationships and fighting and a bunch of crap. But anyway, in a huge 2026 tour that is coming up. Of course, that reported $350 million combo deal with Warner Brothers and publishing that he has. But tucked in all of the noise and all of those all the headlines that Zach Bryan has been a part of, his first big purchase, Jim, with this huge deal that he just got from Warner Brothers, it wasn't a ranch, it wasn't a jet, it wasn't a fancy car, it wasn't a fancy tour bus. What do you think Zach Bryan went out and bought with his new big deal?
You told me, so I can't just guess. But I'm so stoked about this.
He bought a church.
This is the coolest thing, man. This is so cool.
Zach Bryan went out and bought a church. Why, you say? Well, I don't know. It's not just any church either. It's the former Saint Jean Baptiste Church in Lowell, Massachusetts, which was almost turned into condos. That has happened a lot, by the way, here in Nashville. A lot of the places over on Music Row, that some did get turned into condos, some of the studios, but some were fought. People stood up or literally laid down in front of it and saved it. But turns out Zach Bryan has a soft spot for one of this church's former altar boys. That is Jack Kerouac. Yes, that Kerouac. On the road. Wait, did you read this whole story yet?
I have. Please keep telling people this. This is amazing. This is amazing. Please keep telling people.
So Zach has always cited Jack Kerouac as an inspiration. And his song Burn, Burn, Burn was influenced by Kerouac's writing. So this move actually makes perfect sense. He's turning the church into the Jack Kerouac Center, partnering with the Kerouac Society. They're planning exhibits, live music, readings, community events, basically turning it into a creative hub in Jack Kerouac's hometown, which is pretty cool. People behind the project said that Zach reached out back in October, totally aligned with the vision, and showed this incredible generosity. They're working now on just getting the building back up to code first and foremost, and then they can start hosting events ASAP. But Jim, how wild is it that Zach Bryan went full philanthropist meets, beat poet with his first major purchase? Because I think we talked about this before, that Zach's going back to get his PhD as well.
Not surprised.
Right?
Not surprised.
He is a poet. He's a reader. He's a writer. And so an honest question, Jim, what would you buy first if you suddenly had $350 million wired into your account? Think outside the box. What would you buy that's in this same vein that would equal parts light you up and restore something?
I can point blank tell you what I'd buy. I would literally go to Dublin, and there's a couple of old falling apart venues that I would put together.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things in New Orleans here. I have to tell you, man, there's a couple of buildings here in New Orleans.
Start in New Orleans.
I would. Oh my God, I would. There's a couple of old warehouses that go back to like the 1920s and 30s, like on Jeff Davis. Well, I'm glad to say no longer Jeff Davis, Norman Francis Boulevard. That would be great places to create art and music and life and a community center and all that kind of stuff. I just love it. I love that. I love what he's doing here. Lindsay, I love it. I actually was so excited about this story. I actually pulled 3 Kerouac quotes that I feel like, kind of meet the moment if you want to hear them. I'm just I can't believe you did this story.
How about one?
Okay, how about one? All right. What is that feeling when you're driving away from people and they recede on the plane until you see their specks dispersing? It's the too huge world vaulting us and it's goodbye. But we lean forward to the next crazy venture beneath the skies. I just love Jack Kerouac. I love Jack Kerouac. I just love it. The next crazy venture.
The next crazy venture. I know what I'd do if I got $350
Go
million. I would buy one of those massive parking structures in downtown Nashville, and I would turn it into free parking for all the musicians that play downtown on Broadway. And I would have a space at a coffee shop at them that was free coffee for those musicians, and a place kind of like what Garth Brooks has done for all the first responders, the EMTs, the police people downtown, has given them a place on Broadway to rest and recoup and kind of land while they're waiting to fight fires with drunken bachelorettes. I would do that. I would find a place, free parking, because if you guys don't know this, I've said it on the show before, but all those musicians that play in downtown Broadway, they have to pay for their own parking, and it is frickin' expensive. I went down the other night, and it said it was $50 to park. I was just going to dinner, so I did not do that. I left. But it is really expensive, so they end up parking really far away, and then they're having, some of them play till 2 or 3 in the morning, including women, and they're walking to their car alone at night. I have a friend who's a male, who's a drummer, who got jumped walking to his car in the middle of the night. They stole, because people know that you have cash on you too. And so he got jumped. They stole his money. They stole his snare for his drum kit and his sticks and beat the crap out of him. There's no safe place down there. And so that's what I would do when I'm my money. I would find a place for it, because I started my whole career in Nashville by playing downtown on Broadway. And that's what you do. You give back to something that's
awesome.
That gives you a place to land. So that's what I do.
That's awesome.
Moving on. So
Go
the
on.
ACM Awards, Jim, they've been the past couple of years, they've been in Texas, but they are leaving and they are returning. Pack your sparkly jacket, Jim, because we should broadcast from the ACMs. They're headed back to Las Vegas in 2026. After a few years in Texas, the 61st ACM Awards, they're officially returning back to the MGM Grand Garden Arena. They will be May 17th. That's my sister's birthday. 2026. They'll be streaming on Prime. And it's a homecoming, I guess, because they used to be there. Then they tried Texas. They're going back. So the CEO of the ACM said, "We're coming home. We're planning something even bigger than before." They say that every year, but this year it's the biggest ever. So the ACM Awards, it kicks off in May. people can go ahead and start panicking about the hotel prices already in Vegas, of course. Last year's awards, they were stacked. Reba hosted it, and they had performers, everyone from Alan Jackson to Chris Stapleton to Winona, Rascal Flatts. It goes on and on and on. Jim, moving the show, I don't know. It's one of those things. Vegas is flashy. People do love going there. It did seem cool to me that it was in Dallas for a little bit, but that's only because I'm from there. I do like the idea of country music awards being somewhere country. I don't know. Vegas tries to be country. They do have a lot of very cool country bars there. I don't know.
I think it's a mistake.
I agree.
I think it's a mistake for a big reason. I think people...
The CMAs are in Nashville, by the way. I'm not saying they have to be in Nashville, but...
But the CMAs are in Nashville. That's where the CMAs belong.
Yes.
Full stop. The problem I have with moving to Las Vegas is that it becomes part of the noise. Congratulations, you're part of the noise. You're no longer the signal. Whereas and people always forget this too, Dallas-Fort Worth is the 5th biggest city in the United States. What more do you need? I mean, come on, guys, get your act together. I don't know what Las Vegas says about Las Vegas. It's country. It's about Bugsy Siegel and gangsters. Come on. We love it. It's great. Amazing. It ain't country and western.
Yeah, I think this is a move where just Nashville people I'm going to guess it was the suits in Nashville just want to go to Vegas because it's more exciting. They want a paid vacation.
That's it.
And they want to do it in Vegas over
It's
Dallas.
everything we hate about what happens in this industry that we talk to these men and women for. You're not really thinking about truckers at all. You're thinking about that big dinner.
Yeah, you're not thinking about the country music fans by going to Vegas. No one can go. No one can find a way to get there. Anyway, whatever. They will be there. You can watch that May 17th. It would be nice to go broadcast from it, though. If someone will pay for us to go there.
I'm on it.
Finally, on this day in country and western music history in 1975, because I know you're loving on 1975 doing the 50-year thing, Jim. Willie Nelson, back to him, was at the top of the U.S. country charts with Redheaded Stranger. That album was inspired by The Tale of the Redheaded Stranger, which is a song that Willie Nelson, of course, used to play as a DJ on his program back in Fort Worth, Texas. Speaking of Dallas and Texas. Boys and girls, that is your country and western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Another episode will be coming up for you Friday, and I'm gonna do some stories where Dre can kind of help me up on Friday because you will not be here, Jim.
No, I won't. I will be en route. I will be on. Dave will be. If you want Dave to help you, he can help you too. He's going to do the first 2 hours of the show. So we got Dave on the case for that. Hope you've lost your heart on iHeart or at least jacked it up on YouTube. This has been Road Gang Radio. This is an amazing segment, Lindsay. Love you.
I love you too. Coming up next is Truckin' with the White, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday around here. Don't forget to tune into that. It's been Road Gang Radio. Get home safe. Keep listening. Listen, even when we're not live, we're on for you 24/7 over on the iHeart app. You can listen to old content, new content, repurposed content. We are here for you all the time. Get home safe. Love ya.
Thank you, Lou. You're the best. Thank you, Madison. At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
How'd your Thanksgiving go, Ashley?
It was lovely. How was yours?
It was lovely as well.
Lots of good food. Yeah.
A lot of good food. Too much good food. Too many leftovers.
You can never have enough. I love leftovers.
Yeah, leftovers.
Love a good
Thanksgiving
turkey
leftovers
sandwich.
are A+ in my book.
Agreed.
We've got a busy show today, Ashley. Here in just a moment, we're going to talk with Carter Veith of Act Research, who has been looking at the tea leaves here with regard to the market and not seeing a lot of positive things. However, 2026, he is cautiously optimistic about some changes there. So we'll talk to him about that.
And then we will have Natalie Garrett. Recently, we've been giving credit to where credit is due when it comes to truck parking. She is with the Indiana DOT. In the past, we've talked to Ohio, Pennsylvania. We know Florida. Lots of states are stepping up and getting truck parking, which is obviously a huge need. And so we'll chat with her about that.
And then after that, speaking of cooking, Carissa Johnson is a truck driver and just won a recipe contest for smothered pork chops. We'll talk to her about that.
Ooh.
But first things first, Carter Veith of Act Research up right now. Well, Carter, we appreciate you talking with us. Always have a lot to talk to you about when we talk to you. Can we just start with a general question? How are things looking out there in the market? We've been in not such a great place for a while now. How are things looking right now?
Yeah, I think, we're kind of nearing year 4 of this downturn. And I think, kind of currently we're still in this, holding pattern, kind of seeing, with tariffs, kind of pull forward demand, rates were up a little bit in September, shipments were up a little bit, but then, in October, kind of started to come back down or kind of give up some of those gains. Then, also with the tariffs, kind of have this kind of demand kind of softness into Q4 and kind of in Q1 as we, kind of that payback period from all the pull forward kind of roosts. So, it's, I think there's good news, as we get into 2026, but, I think the bad news is, we have to get to 2026, we still have to kind of, carriers, fleets still have to deal with this down market for, another, 6 months or so before they start to see any, kind of relief, at least, from our view, kind of that's where we kind of find things, at least on the fleet side. And then, if we look at the industry, kind of OEMs, they're all cutting production, retail sales are falling, orders are below replacement, which is, necessary, for that, supply side, to start to tighten. But, that all takes time to work through the kind of the system.
Yeah. Can we focus on maybe the good news? We'll get to the bad news, and I kind of want to drill into some of the things that you talked about there. But the one thing that maybe we can kind of hope for, latch onto if we're looking for some hope out there, this good news that you're seeing, in 2026, where is that coming from? Is it cautious optimism, or are you actually hearing or seeing something out there that makes you think, hey, we maybe are about to turn a corner here? Is there something like that out there?
Yeah, so I think maybe, I think on the demand side, I think there is this period of softness as we kind of, deal with that kind of the payback, from the pull forward with tariffs. But, I think, the recent Supreme Court, they haven't ruled on it officially, but they seem to, have a pretty dismissive view of the IEEPA, reciprocal tariffs. So if those get repealed, that's good for goods demand, lowers inflation, I think, helps a lot of carriers out on the volume side. The economy is still growing. I don't think anybody out there is forecasting a recession. That's good news. There's certainly, kind of softness in housing or, kind of manufacturing has been a little kind of neutral to sluggish. But, if interest rates are a little lower, the economy continues to grow, consumers, face less inflationary pressure, if the tariffs repeal. I think on the volume side, that's a positive into 2026. On the supply side, I think the main reason, this downturn has lasted so long is, in, kind of February, 22, when, the spot rates started to drop. Contract rates, follow 6 months later is, at the same time that the for-hire market was, entering, a downturn, you had this surge of, private fleet buying. So, private fleets, we estimate roughly 5% market share from the for-hire market, and they were adding capacity into an already loose, bad market for hire, and also took away freight from from for hire carriers. So that really exacerbated the current downturn, and I think is really the key reason why it's lasted so long. But now we're starting to see private fleets slow growth. A lot of them lease their fleets, on 4 to 5 year kind of contracts. Those are starting to come up, and I think private fleets, their average driver pay is $80,000 or $90,000. They have the insurance costs, the increased exposure to liability. So I think all of that leads them to conclude, hey, we should go back to carriers. They're in quotations so cheap right now. So I think a lot of those kind of factors as we kind of work our way into 2026. Q1 is always kind of a soft quarter for freight, but I think as we get into Q2, Q3, we'll start to see some improvement in the spot market.
Do you mind touching on capacity? Are we seeing any shrinkage there?
Yeah, so I think, if you look at like DOT operating data, it would actually almost be like neutral, flat. But, I think, as we talk about on, kind of the private fleets, they're starting to exit, and we get monthly data from the OEMs for, orders, build, retail, sales. The industry, in the second half of this year, they finally started, building below replacement levels for the first time in 3 years. Orders are now below replacement level. Retail sales are now below replacement levels. So, I think in the kind of back half of 2025, the tractor population, kind of active tractor population, is going to shrink by 1%, and then by another kind of like 4 to 5% over the next 2 years, based on our forecast. And that'll help with supply, tighten that, and then if we get that kind of demand bump in 26, or volumes returning back to kind of the for hire market. That's our working theory, anyways. But.
Yeah, it's interesting too. When we look at overcapacity and the role that's played in everything that we're seeing out there. We've also seen in recent months, enforcement with English language proficiency and this whole non-domiciled CDL issue as well. Have you seen any effect on that out there? Because I know there is a thought or belief or hope, I suppose, among a lot of people that is going to help matters out there. Are you seeing any signs of that at all?
With the market the way it is right now, we're not seeing much. Just like if you're a carrier, for hire carrier, you really don't need a driver right now. Your margins are already so low, it's hard to get a return on your asset or your investment, or, your volumes are down, so you just don't need as many drivers. I certainly think at the margins, it'll help when the market starts to turn. I do think people right now, it does seem like a lot of, wishful thinking that it's, this kind of silver bullet that will kind of solve, kind of the current market's woes. But, I do think there's something there, there's a there. At least on the non-domicile side, I think the 200,000 that, Sean Duffy gave out, I think that's a little high. There's 1.7 million, in our view, 1.7 million active tractors on the highway right now. And, 200,000, that's 12% of the market, which seems a little high. And we also don't know, how many of these people are still in the U.S., how many people are still actively driving. So I think maybe like 50 to 100,000 might be, I think, a better number or a better gauge. I think with the kind of English language proficiency, I think, that's always been on the books in some way. It's just more about the enforcement. Right. But that's tricky. It's like, how do states enforce it? How do you judge what's proficient? And I think people also discount, people's ability to learn English. if they're going to start enforcing it, in a stricter way. So I think certainly at the margins it helps, but I don't view it as something that really shifts the market, especially kind of as we're kind of trudging along the bottom right now.
Something that has, I think, shifted the market, and I think that's safe to say, and you mentioned it earlier, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about tariffs. And you did allude to the fact that the Supreme Court is kind of, looking at the Trump administration's powers on this. Is there going to be a rollback? That's going to cause a whole host of other issues if the Supreme Court does end up kind of going that route. But that is kind of the cloud over everything we're talking about, right? Because the tariffs have had an effect. I don't think anybody can dispute that on what we thought was going to be a stronger freight recovery. What are you seeing out there? Is it just, again, we've talked about this so many times, but is the uncertainty still out there? Is that still having an effect on anything or everything you're seeing right now?
Yeah, no, the uncertainty, still, it's almost like, kind of like a spirit. It kind of like haunts, it continues to haunt the industry.
Yeah.
But I do think sort of the kind of, the recent sort of hearing on the case, I think there's, more optimism in the industry kind of regarding, kind of the reciprocal tariffs at least going away. And then, the ATA, they put out a recent statement earlier this week, that the EPA seems likely to, regarding EPA 27, it seems like the EPA is going to repeal the extended warranty cost. So, the emission standards will remain. But, that was also another kind of piece of that uncertainty was, nobody knew what the regulation beginning January 2027 was going to be. So I think, those two things will certainly alleviate, kind of, any uncertainty and make it, easier to make business decisions and plan. But that said, you still have the 232 tariffs on the supply side.
Yeah.
And, so, tractors, I think the price increase this year has been 5 or 6%. So about, $8,000 to $10,000. Even if you get rid of the extended warranty, the cost of the new kind of regulations in 2027 is $8,000 to $10,000. So you still in 2 years have increased the price of a tractor by $20,000, which isn't nothing, especially when fleets, margins are maybe at 100 OR or above. So it still is a lot, a lot to deal with. A lot going on for kind of these owners and kind of operators in the market.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
We're now in that time of year when seasonal demand typically picks up. We've been hearing concerns that this year's surge might not measure up to previous years. How does what you're seeing now compare to a typical year?
Yeah, so I think, fortunate enough, I get to talk to a lot of, large truck and trailer lessors as part of my job, kind of on a monthly, quarterly basis. And across the board, all of them have said in, no uncertain terms, they are seeing zero kind of holiday demand for their equipment, where, usually, a UPS or a FedEx would take, 5,000 trailers or, a couple thousand tractors. They are seeing zero demand this year for that.
Zero demand? Zero.
Yeah, zero.
A big goose egg.
Wow.
Yeah, they are not taking anything. And then, if we look at, we have, data from DAT, some of their busier lanes, we kind of aggregate and then, track the shipments there. So in September, there was this huge surge ahead of, kind of tariff deadlines, the shipments and, those really dense lanes rose 15% in September, but then fell 7% in October. November, we'll find out, but, I certainly think it's going to be more muted. Consumers, a lot of them, pre-bought, big items like furniture, cars, a lot of inflation worries, credit worries, auto loan worries. So I think, the consumer is pretty wary right now. And, again, just that surge in demand, kind of the rolling pre-buys kind of throughout the first half of this year, have given way to this kind of soft, kind of holiday period.
I mean, that's got to be concerning for the folks you're talking to. Are you sensing just from them a lot of worry, concern about that? I mean, I assume that they are.
Yeah, definitely a lot of worry. I think their thinking is like if we can get through Q4, we'll be good. I think a lot of them, I don't know if it's hopeful optimism or cautious optimism. I kind of see 2026, as a an improvement. I think sometimes the thinking is just like, well, it's been bad for so long, it has to get better at some point, which is true. But especially, but kind of to counterbalance that, as maybe it's like seasonally soft. If private fleets are giving market share back to for-hire fleets, even if demand isn't growing, that is putting a little bit more freight onto for-hire carriers. So, there's some of that too. So it's not going to be, just all bad. If I could have, some optimism.
Well, I'll be a wet blanket if you want to counterbalance, because I was just thinking, literally when you were talking there, I was thinking a year ago around this time, I think we were, maybe not with you, but we were having some of the same conversations with people who kind of had the same thought that, hey, we're going on year 3 of this freight recession. A bounce back is coming, and it didn't. And again, there's a lot of outside forces, I think, that are kind of at play here that are having an impact. But when you talk about cautious optimism or hopeful optimism, I guess the skeptic in me or the cynic in me is thinking, how is this any different from where we were last year? But you are seeing some things. Again, I'll try to get back to the good news, I guess. But you are seeing some things that tell you maybe 2026 is going to pick up a little bit. And I guess maybe we should hang on to that if we can.
Yeah, I mean, I think, our thinking, this time last year was, the economy was growing strong. I think, January, beginning of January of this year, kind of in our office, the debate was, does GDP grow 2% or 2.5% this year? I think, economy is still growing, but, just really it was tariffs that solely kind of, blew up this year of recovery just because it changed. Tariffs don't change demand, as a whole on the aggregate. It just changes the timing. And, when tariffs were first announced in April, it was a ton of chaos, ton of uncertainty. We also saw retail sales for Class 8 tractors kind of start to tick back up as people, trying to pre-buy, get ahead of equipment cost increases, which, when, sales go above replacement, they're adding to the population, adding to capacity, not taking it away. So now we're in a point where, while we have capacity coming out, demand is also softening. So it's like they're counterbalancing each other in a way. It's like, the capacity coming out kind of sets a floor, but with demand softening, it's not going to, rise anywhere. But I think, into next year, if we have the tariffs go away, at least the reciprocal tariffs go away, that's positive for demand, positive for volumes. Maybe interest rates go down a little bit, helps out with housing. I think there are some positive signs that that seem likely to happen in 2026. Certainly, I don't have a crystal ball, or maybe given the past 4 years, my crystal ball is broken. But
or a little cloudy, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there's so many drags on people out there right now. And you talked about, maintenance costs, which are up as well. It's just,
well, that's related to tariffs, because all the parts coming out of, outside of the U.S. are, tariffed at like 10 or 25%. So.
Yeah. Well, and then again, I'll continue to be the bad cop or the cynic here, which a role I like to play, Carter.
Yes, this is
Actually
true.
can attest to that. But I just, I think about too, you talk about the reciprocal tariffs, if they're rescinded or, pulled back or what have you, that's going to have an effect as well There's always this push and pull with everything that happens. And maybe when some certainty comes back into the picture, maybe things will start to, you know, get a little bit smoother for everybody. And I hope that's the case. You know, I hope things do kind of go that route in terms of these drags being pulled away from people. But I don't know. And maybe it's just the fact that, as you said, you know, it's been 3 years of this, and it just feels like we're just dragging on and dragging on. It's frustrating for people out there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, trucking's a very hard job, and, you know, having to deal with this market for 3 years, I can't imagine how frustrating or, you know, challenging that would be. It's like, I guess, you know, with the positives, there are always risks. It's like, you know, does stagflation become a thing? You know, we think that's not likely. I'd say not likely, but, you know, we view that as a lower chance than, you know, kind of the economy kind of growing, but maybe a little bit less than it would have without kind of like, you know, tariffs this year. But, you know, I do think there are just those, I keep harping on about kind of private fleets, but, they did take 5% market share. That's a huge chunk. So, if that is given back to for hire, and we also have capacity tightening and demand kind of, you know, stabilizing, growing a little bit, you know, that should help rates. You know, maybe not. Are we going to see rates up like 30%? Probably not, but, you know, mid-single digits next year, maybe like 10% as we get into kind of Q3, Q4. I certainly think that's a possibility.
Yeah. Well, that's a great point, too, that if and when, or I should say when, I shouldn't say if, when we see a recovery, unless we have, and no one wants this, unless we have some sort of pandemic or some sort of event, obviously, that pushes us there, it is going to be probably a slow recovery, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be a gradual ramp up. And I think, you know, one thing, you know, it's worth pointing out is I think, you know, with trucking, with profitability where it is, you know, even, you know, with the EPA regulation, there's clarity on that. There's going to be a minimal pre-buy. You know, just nobody has the balance sheet, the cash flow to go out there and pre-buy like 50,000 trucks.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think, you know, that also takes away that risk of, you know, the market's starting to recover. Then we have this huge, boost of capacity back in that suppresses everything. So I think kind of the lack of pre-buy or, you know, a very small pre-buy, I think really sets up a gradual ramp, in 2026. And then I think it sets up a pretty good 27.
Now, you do a lot of research there at AC Research. What else stands out to you right now, or what else are you seeing?
Oh, see, good question. I think. Oh, sorry, caught me off guard.
No, you're fine.
Notice anything that surprises you,
Yeah.
or you think, oh, this is something worth mentioning, and then maybe there isn't anything like that, you know.
Yeah, it's hard to find something surprising. I feel like every month in my write-ups, I continually say the same things over and over.
It does. It feels like we're in Groundhog Day to a certain extent, and I imagine you feel that more, you know, as much as anybody out there, because you're looking at these numbers that are just kind of staying where they were, right?
Yeah. I mean, actually, you know, if I could say something that's maybe surprising, is even though like orders and, you know, sales, you know, have fallen, you know, kind of in the second half of this year, they're still like not terrible, you know. So it's like, you know, I think, you know, people are still, you know, finding a way to manage and make money. You know, I think, you know, it's like everything's okay-ish. Nothing, you know, from like a, you know, kind of OEM perspective, you know, it's like still rough. You know, they've let go of a lot of people, but it's, you know, I think like sales and you know, things like that have kind of held up better than expected, especially given the 3-year, you know, kind of 3 to 4 year kind of recessionary window. And surprising as that it's not as bad as it could be, which is maybe a little bleak, but
yeah, I was gonna say
could be worse.
Everything's okay-ish. I think we found the title of our show there, because everything, it's not horrible and it's not great. It's, you know, everything's okay-ish. I like that, because I think it does kind of summarize where we're at right now. in a lot of ways with everything we're talking about here. And again, it's such a grind, and I don't think we can undersell that or understate that. But and again, you talk with a lot of people. Advice for folks out there, is it just to kind of, if you can, stay the course? This will get better. We don't know exactly when, but what are you telling people that you talk with about this recovery that we're waiting for?
Yeah, I think, kind of similar vein. I think if you can manage your way through the next couple of quarters, you will start to see signs of life, signs of relief, which doesn't make it easier because, talking to truckers, every year your insurance costs go up, your maintenance costs go up. And, even if your rate goes up 2%, but inflation's running at 3%, it kind of cancels that out, to some extent. So, I do not run a trucking company, so it's hard for me to say what to do operationally. I know a lot of maybe the larger fleets we've talked to, they've started letting go of kind of back office staff and, not hiring. And, it's not easy, But, I think the thing to highlight is if you can manage through, another quarter or two, you will start to see kind of light at the end of the tunnel,
Yeah. Yeah, stay the course for sure. Carter, we know you don't have a crystal ball, but when you put all this stuff together, it does give us a good sense of, where things stand right now and where we might be headed. And it's always good to talk with you. We appreciate it. And if we don't talk to you before a year from now, actually, you know what? We'll call you when the recovery happens and we can take a victory lap. How's that sound?
No, that sounds great. And thank you both for having me on. And I'm glad this call was not about the trailer industry. So.
I appreciate it. We appreciate it. And
thank you so much.
Thank you, Carter.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have a good day.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Natalie, thanks so much for talking with us.
Of course.
How long have you lived in Indiana?
I've lived in Indiana my entire life, born and raised, Southern Indiana girl.
A Hoosier through and through.
Yes.
Ashley and I were talking a little bit earlier. We have driven, I think we have both separately driven through Indiana on our way to a truck show in Kentucky, in Louisville. But I don't know if we've spent any time there. Have you spent time there, Ashley?
No, I've definitely driven through it, but no.
Okay.
So.
So as two people who are not familiar with the state, what's your, I guess, favorite thing about Indiana, being a lifelong Hoosier?
Known as the crossroads of America, I feel like there's some hidden gems in Indiana. Known for agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you'll pass many a cornfield, soybean field, but lots of hidden gems in and around. I'm more familiar again with Southern Indiana, but do make my way north, every once in a while.
Yeah, and a basketball state, but I noticed your football team is doing pretty well this year, undefeated when we're recording this at least. So that's pretty fun.
We'll take that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we didn't get you on here, Natalie, to talk about football or soybean fields or anything like that. We want to talk about truck parking because we have talked to a few people in a few states, Ashley, who are really making some inroads on the truck parking crisis, which is really wonderful to hear after the problem has really exploded in recent years. Continues to be a problem. Indiana is one of the states that is doing something about this, so we would like to give flowers where we can. Hats off, all the accolades and celebratory things here for you. But let's start with kind of what the current situation is there in Indiana with truck parking. You're doing something about it. Clearly, that means there's a problem. I guess just how bad do we know is the problem there in Indiana with truck parking?
Yeah, we definitely know that there is an overall shortage of truck parking in Indiana. If you're traveling along any of our interstates, you'll notice on the ramps, just trucks parked, which is not safe. We know they need a safe, secure place to stop. So we're working through a plan to do something about that and expand truck parking across the state.
When did the idea to kind of focus on this first come up?
During the Holcomb administration, so previous governor, the last 5-10 years. But we do now have this long-term plan underway, expected to be complete by the end of fiscal year 2034.
So let's talk about that plan a little bit. And as you mentioned there, it's scheduled to kind of go out in phases, I believe, over the next, 9 or so years here until 2034. Walk us through exactly what's happening, because I know there's a focus on rest areas and kind of expanding truck parking there and doing a few other things. But kind of walk us through what this is going to look like over the coming years and what it already has, I guess, looked like recently as you put this plan into motion.
Yeah, so this is a long-term plan, kind of twofold in nature. One is to improve rest areas and welcome centers across Indiana, but that also includes expanding truck parking. So we're modernizing a number of our existing facilities. We are also converting some of our existing facilities that are currently rest areas to solely truck parking facilities. So, maybe not all the amenities of a regular rest area, but restroom, plenty of parking for our trucking and logistics partners. We've opened 2 new welcome centers. Kankakee Welcome Center up on 65 southbound in northern Indiana. And then earlier this month, we opened Clear Creek, which is out on I-70 eastbound near the Terre Haute area. Those 2 locations alone, over 350 truck parking spaces available.
Wow. Do you have an idea of like a number that will be of truck parking spaces that will be added in total?
Yeah. So our current footprint is around 1,400 truck parking spaces statewide. At the end of this plan, projected to add more than 1,200 additional spaces. Wow. So we'll nearly double our capacity in Indiana for truck parking.
Wow.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
To do that, I assume, and forgive me, I'm not sure, but I assume you've done studies on this, and again, just to look at just how bad the truck parking situation is. Adding 1,200 spots clearly is going to help with some of the problems that we see out there. Do you have a sense of whether that will get you close to where you need to be? I mean, it's going to take a kind of a combination of public and private partnerships, I know, in the private sector to kind of deal with this. But do you have an idea of just what kind of dent this will put in the problem?
I don't have, an exact, number or, kind of what that looks like. But I know that it's likely that this isn't going to completely solve the problem. Like you said, makes a dent. But we're hopeful that, through partnerships with private sector, we can all come together and solve this problem, at least here in Indiana.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. And something that you talked about, I think, early on here in our conversation was the fact that I think you yourself, or obviously anybody out on the roadways, will notice that there are trucks parked really where they shouldn't be, on exit ramps, entry ramps, on the side of roadways and this and that, which, as you know, is not by choice. In most cases, it's by necessity because they, got to pull over and get some rest in. This is not just a convenience issue for truckers. This is a safety issue, I think, above all else. I imagine that's a concern for you there at INDOT as well, right?
Yeah, concern for us at INDOT, as well as our law enforcement partners, state police. It's our goal to keep everyone safe out there as they're driving and traveling through Indiana. Including the trucking community. We realize they do have to stop, but we want them to be safe out there as well.
In the process of all this, were you able to talk to some truck drivers to kind of get some feedback on some of the things that they'd like to see?
We have talked with some members of the trucking industry here in Indiana, heard their feedback, and we've incorporated that as we can into the design of some of these rest areas, welcome centers, as well as the truck parking locations as well.
Can you expand on that a little bit? You talk about the design. What in particular, I guess, would appeal to truck drivers out there? Restroom access is I think probably number one on the list. But there's other things that you've got kind of in the mix there as well, right?
Yeah, so I can speak to, at the 2 welcome centers that we've opened so far, there's the main building that has, access to restrooms, vending, all that kind of stuff. The truck parking lot is a little bit further out from that main building. So in addition to having restrooms there in the main building, there are some restrooms out closer to the truck parking location, the truck parking lot. So easier access for them, if they don't want to walk all the way up to the main building, they don't have to. If there's quick, easy access, out closer to where they may be parked.
Yeah. And that's a big deal. What did what's the nickname? Is it Crossroads of America? Is that the kind of the motto?
Yes. Yep. Kind of our motto here.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, you've got a lot of people obviously moving back and forth from the Midwest to the East Coast and on I-70 there and other roadways as well. The fact that you're doing this, I think it's important when we talk about these things that it's not just going to benefit truck drivers who are from Indiana and are driving intrastate. It's going to benefit truck drivers who are coming from all corners of the United States and elsewhere who are passing through Indiana. And it sounds like you've, got a pretty busy interstate system there.
Yes. So I-70 is a huge one for east-west travel. Of course, 65 north and south. Lots of freight traffic that travels through Indiana. So these are benefits not only for Indiana residents, Indiana truckers, but also those that are coming through the state, and just, with the rest area and welcome center component, looking at passenger vehicles as well.
I know when we started, anytime we hear that truck parking's being added, we always, hats off, pats on the back.
Pop the champagne.
Very happy.
Confetti, balloons, all that stuff.
I'm curious, have you gotten other positive feedback from other people that are not Scott and I?
I think we've heard good things from our partners in the industry, as well as those who have visited our two new rest areas and welcome centers. Just a little bit about the rest area and welcome centers. The main building's completely reconstructed, and they're designed to be, I guess, mini destinations, along our interstates. They're inspired by, for example, the Kankakee Welcome Center up on 65 in northern Indiana, inspired by the dunes there along the lake, northern Indiana landmarks and history. Some interactive exhibits, dog parks, playgrounds, maybe not as appealing to the trucking community. Maybe it is.
Sure.
But, trying to appeal to everyone who may use these facilities.
Well, it's nice to pull into a place and not have it looking drab. I mean, it makes you feel welcome, and that's the idea. I think of a welcome center is probably why they call it those.
Yes.
But the design is interesting. Who's designing these things? Because it sounds like that's a kind of a fun, thing to go about there.
Yeah, we're working with a number of architects and other consultants, to kind of pull these together. Different locations in various parts of the state, have different designs. Clear Creek out near Terre Haute is inspired by Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500, includes an actual Indy car inside that visitors can check out. There's one down in southern Indiana on 64, Lincoln's boyhood home, kind of log cabin inspired. And we're also working on one inspired by Indiana's basketball history and heritage. So allows people to learn more about Indiana. There's more than just cornfields. So, kind of going back to my previous statement.
Can you get Larry Bird as a greeter at that basketball themed one, maybe? Have you reached out?
We'll see what we can do.
That sounds good. Did you say Lincoln's childhood home, the one in southern Indiana?
Yep, Lincoln's boyhood home down on I-74.
And so you're going to have kind of an exhibit in that one, kind of detailing it?
Yeah,
That's cool.
Talking about the area, designed to look similar to a log cabin. These are pretty cool facilities.
Yeah, and again, I think the idea, survey after survey, we cover these from time to time, show that, yes, truck parking's a massive concern and a massive problem, but truck drivers don't just want, a spot. They obviously need to use facilities, and they need to, rest up and get some food and stretch their legs. And it sounds like you're taking that to heart in everything that you're doing there, not just with that, but also kind of making it an experience. And you're doing this across how many different rest areas are getting these upgrades? Is it several or?
There's 21 locations total. Some of them are, the full reconstruction. Those are more so our welcome centers. And then some of these locations are being converted to primarily truck parking locations in various parts of the state.
That's great. Yeah. As we talk about truck parking, obviously there's a lot more that goes into it. And not to put you on the spot, but are there other kind of trucking related issues that you're thinking about or concerned about or looking into there at NDOT that maybe our listeners might be interested in? Other things that are kind of crossing your radar?
I think in addition to, parking, something that we always, at least keep in mind, permits for, oversized, overweight loads, making sure those are permitted properly, routed properly. We work with other state partners to work with that, making sure, they make their way through and around construction zones that may have, a width limit, just making sure everybody gets where they need to go safely and efficiently.
Yeah, for sure. Well, like Ashley said, we don't literally pop the champagne and confetti.
I think that might be frowned upon.
Confetti
since
cannon.
We're on the clock, but
well, maybe we should look into it. But for real though, I mean, we do congratulate you all there for taking this issue seriously and doing something about it. Because it does make a difference in people's lives and makes their lives a little less chaotic and dangerous along the way as well. So we appreciate that. Natalie, we appreciate your time. Any final thoughts here before we kind of let you go?
I think we covered it, but definitely appreciate the time.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so
Natalie.
much.
And we'll talk to you again at some point in the future, hopefully.
Sounds great. Thanks.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibertech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at VibertechTVD.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Smothered pork chops with homemade sauce.
The only word for it is...
Now that we've got your attention, some context, meet Jeremy and Carissa Johnson, husband and wife for 10 years, team drivers for one, but now a new title for Carissa, award-winning cook. She recently entered a pork recipe contest hosted by a local radio station in Iowa. In the past, it's something that would have been difficult for the Johnsons to participate in, since they were over the road, moving around the country. But recently, they settled down a bit, committing their skills to a specific account that provides them a home base of sorts, and with it, more structure and stability. And it turns out, it also opened up other opportunities as well.
Yeah. So since we got on this account, we thought we'd get a P.O. box in the town and a little library card or whatever. So our first set of mail was their local newsletter, and in it was about this contest. And I thought, oh, I have some good recipes. I can join this contest. it didn't say anything about having to cook it. So yeah, I was like, oh, we made these really good smothered pork chops a few weeks back, and I thought, oh, this is a perfect recipe for a pork contest. So I submitted it, and a week or two later, they said, oh, you're in the top 8. Now the fun begins. And I said, oh, the fun begins?
Phase 1 of the contest complete. That's the phase that involved the recipe, in Carissa's case, for smothered pork chops. Phase 2 would require a bit more effort, competing for the top prize, which meant making that recipe a reality for the 3 judges. And while others in the contest were likely working from their own kitchens,
yeah, I assumed so because, it's people that live in that community. And I cook every day in the semi-truck, so I thought it wasn't going to be too big of a deal.
Carissa was in her semi using an electric skillet and slow cooker.
Well, one of the things is it's really hard because in a kitchen, most of your things are just kind of out in the kitchen. And here you have to put every single thing away. Everything has a specific place. There's only so many things you can have. So you really have to limit yourself on how you're going to cook your things. So we decided over the last year that the things that I needed was I needed a little George Foreman grill, an electric skillet, and a crock pot. Oh, and a coffee maker. And so those 3 things have been really helpful. We did pick up a little grill that we stash under the truck. And so those are really the main things. And then I would say the hardest thing for me is cleaning up afterwards. We don't have a sink. So what do? Dawn Power Wash is a great product. It's a spray that we can spray on. So I find if I can wipe everything down and get any crumbs or juices out of the container right away that I'm cooking in, that's super helpful. And then I just use that, and then I use a spray bottle of water to kind of rinse everything and let it air dry. So cleaning is probably my least favorite thing.
Cleaning aside, it's clear Carissa enjoys cooking in the cab, and the judges in the contest clearly appreciated what Carissa cooked in the cab. Their smothered pork chops recipe and dish earned them second place in the contest. The winnings, half a hog and butchering. And whether you're an award-winning chef or not, Carissa says cooking in the cab has its benefits, and she's got some advice.
I think people in their truck, if they can just have a slow cooker, they can make just about anything, just have it going while you're driving, and then it's ready for you when you get out. And using those little liners that it comes with really helps with the cleaning. So I would tell people, don't limit yourself. You can have healthy meals in the truck. It's possible.
So great talk there with Carissa Johnson. Always fascinated by the creativity that some people have when it comes to, things like cooking in the cab. And Carissa obviously has a talent and a knack for this, and winning that contest is pretty cool compared to all the other people who are not
very impressive.
Cooking in the cab. So very impressive there for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I spent some time in the kitchen this past weekend. I made 2 turkeys.
2 turkeys?
Yes, one on Thursday, one
Why 2? Did you mess up the first one?
Sunday. No.
Okay.
No. Well, actually, it was still edible. I didn't do as good of a job the first time. I was too rushed.
Yeah. All right.
Because man, the turkey's stressful. That's like the main event.
Yeah. Don't look at me. I'm not the turkey guy.
Anyway, I'm becoming the turkey gal.
Yeah?
I'm like the one who always does it. So
But
I
everybody
enjoy
was
it.
satisfied?
Yeah, everybody was happy. Yeah.
You had enough people to feed 2 turkeys to?
Well,
That's
it
a
was
big
2 separate events.
2 separate events.
Yes,
I
but my
see.
second turkey turned out a lot better. I will say that.
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly.
What's the best, your favorite Thanksgiving side dish?
Okay.
Or dish, I guess.
I like the turkey dressing,
Stuffing.
potatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we call it dressing. Or
Okay.
I've grown up calling it dressing.
Yeah.
With gravy. Love that. One thing you guys, I find in Kansas City, Midwest, I don't know if it's an American thing, squash.
Really?
Yeah. That would be like you'd have squash for Thanksgiving. Growing up on like the East Coast in the Maritimes.
You would, but we don't really do squash here.
No, I think
Yeah.
my mom has come before and has struggled to find a squash. So she's coming for Christmas. She's
She bringing her
a
own squash? A Canadian
She's
squash?
bringing a squash. Yeah, that is one thing I think you can take across the border. You can't take a lot of like.
We're
food
going to find
items
out if you need to bail her out of immigration jail.
She
or
brought in a squash.
Brought in a squash.
Yep.
High level. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a green bean casserole guy. I know it's not a
Yes.
very popular. Well, really interesting. It's not like the most popular. A lot of
It
people don't
isn't.
like the green bean casserole.
Well, my husband loves it,
I
and
do too.
I've mastered it. I'd never heard tell of it before I met my husband.
Never heard tell of it before. I like that.
Never
It's like
heard
you're
tell
from
of
a
it?
Dickens novel. Never heard tell of it before. Yeah. No, it's good though.
It is great. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's a good. Yeah, I just find it's interesting. American Thanksgiving, it's like any vegetable smothered in something.
Of course.
Corn, cheesy corn.
Of course.
Which I also make. It's
Yeah.
green beans smothered in.
That's the way it was
Yeah.
intended.
No, I know,
That's what
I know. It's
Thanksgiving's
good, it's
for.
good.
Is smothering
I will give you
everything in butter and cheese.
Yeah.
Right?
I will say this weekend, what's the It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh,
was
yeah,
on,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
on
yeah.
TV.
One of my
And I'm
favorites.
sitting there laughing, and everybody's like, "What's so funny?" I was like, "My colleague Scott does the impression,
The worst impression ever.
I think it's the best."
If you asked
and
Tennille,
so
you want the moon, Mary? Mary, you want the moon?
that was the part that was playing, and I'm like cracking up. Everybody's like, "What's so funny?"
Our colleague Tennille Flick would beg to differ.
She
with
would
your-
beg to differ. I think you do it spot on.
She hates we'll just say for the record, she hates my Jimmy Stewart impression.
I think you do
more
an
than
excellent
life.
job.
I mean, more than anything in her life. It grates her.
Yeah, but no, I think you do good, and yeah,
Fingernails
so
on the
I
chalkboard.
cracked me up over the weekend because
Well,
I was
thank
like,
you.
"This is Scott. This is spot on,
I'm
Scott."
glad I could contribute to your Thanksgiving in a weird and wonderful way.
It is
Great movie.
It is a great movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
My kids won't watch it.
I had never watched it until a couple years ago.
Not really a kid movie, I guess. Probably
No.
not one that they would enjoy.
My
too
kids had lots of questions as to why it was in black and white, though. That really stumped them. And the ratio. Haley
Yeah.
noticed the ratio, which was
welcome
kind of funny,
to the
so.
world before recently, and welcome to the end of our show.
Yes,
we appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
And we'll catch you next time. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.